And hello, everybody. My camera's not over here. It's over there for Eberron. It's right here for right now. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. My name is Jonesy, your storyteller for the evening, and these beautiful people around me are your, I would say heroes, but they're your politicians for the evening. We are going to be kicking off our one-shot Conclave of Crowns, which is taking place in our Across Eberron universe that we run on Saturdays. But before we do that, we can do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start off with our special guest, Marius. If you want to introduce yourself as well as your character.
Sure thing. My name's Engines the Stone. I am a streamer here on Twitch as well, so come and say hi if you want to. I'm playing Marius Lysol, Royal Chancellor to His New Majesty. And if you want to envisage me looking like anything, I am quite an elderly guy, long white beard, nice neat hair, and I'm just here to keep the peace.
Awesome. Go ahead, folks. The rest of y'all as well.
I can say hello.
Go.
Hello,
Yeah,
folks.
Diagonal.
I'm Kylie. You'll probably recognize me from our past campaign on Blood and Silver and our current campaign of Whispers in the Dust. But today I'm playing Ania Kaisel, or Lady Ania Kaisel. And I am... well, you'll see who I am as we go through. I'll just kick it over to one of my other good friends here.
Yeah, I am Barley Vanilla Tree, and I am here with a envoy from the Elden Reaches. I hope to cement an alliance with Korth in the coming months. Barley is very, very tiny. She is about like 3'4".
Shit.
And that's if she stretches up. But she's very blue and purple, and she is a changeling.
My questions have been revised. But that was me, one of the most regulars of this, folks. I'm Ian, as per usual. I'm playing this stream exclusively and DM on it. I'm reprising my character who's been MIA for a while, Gandolin Earwynarn, as he is now known, because politics are fun when you have innate intelligence. Yeah. Poor fella.
So now that you've met all of our players for the evening, is that it? Is that everything? Oh, wait, no, it's not. If I can please get an exclamation mark charity in the chat, someone help me out with that real quick. We're raising money with Extra Life. So go click on that link, open your heart wallets to a really great cause, and do the lawful good thing, and to go save some kids. Go be heroes like these guys are not. So I said what I said. In that case,
I take umbrage with that.
I heard a police siren in someone's headset as soon as I started playing the serious music. That was excellent. So, our story takes place 3 years after the last war. A tumultuous but tenable peace has been reached after the strange and sudden annihilation of the nation of Kyrie in an event forever known as the Morning. And this peace was made official by the Treaty of Thronehold, a document that is now being called upon by the new king of Karnath, Gandolin Earwynarn, seeking audiences with the world leaders to not only inform them of the incoming invasion from the Plane of Madness, but to call upon their resources to prepare for the war to come. But just as our new king is beginning to learn, there is no easy task in the world of politics. Power is a currency, and nothing comes for free. But in a world where magics are able to rip the stars from the heavens, what power truly lies with pen, prose, and platinum? Our camera now pans on to a convoy, a caravan. Many carts and horses, all with the king's colors of Karnath, dressed as they ride through the muddy streets of Karnath. Snow still lining the ground as you are here in late winter. Our camera pans on to one King Gandalin Ir Wynarn. Not too far out of the city, but you have been made aware at this point, Gandalin, that the meeting that you are attempting to have some bit of secrecy or privacy to has been made known to the world. House Civis has done what they said they would do, and they've brought the information and they have spread it far and wide across Corvair. You know this is due to one of your dear friends in the Shining Vanguard, but nonetheless, you have to deal with reality. It is what it is at this point, and you have to roll with what comes. You are minutes outside of the city, returning back from the forts around the borders of Karnath, inspecting them, seeing what kind of states they were in. And it wasn't a great scene. Caius ruled with an iron fist, but Karnath was plagued with famine and low resources during the war. One of the main reasons Karnath decided to go with undead is because undead don't require food. But checking out these forts, these locations, they're in sorry states. An unfortunate thing to ride back to Korth, but you're needed there, as the Thronehold Accords are going to be held in a mere 72 hours. There are wagons and such in this caravan, but you're pulled by one of your servants from the wagons themselves. The King of Karnath needs to be seen on top of a horse when he returns. It is a signal of strength, and the people need to see your face. As you're riding up to the city, you see a horse riding out to meet you. Atop this horse, one Major Yuri Heisenhoff, sprinting towards your convoy. A quick salute to the soldiers that are around you, and he pulls his horse right up beside you. My liege, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Major, I wished I wouldn't need your assistance again for a while, but
I will try to not take that as an insult.
take that you want, I don't care.
Well, I've only been in the city for a short time now, but to give you some updates about what you're about to walk into, the city is abuzz. It is very alive with the knowledge of what's to come, so be expecting of that. You look pleased.
Absolutely thrilled. I'm gonna fucking kill them when they get back. What?
If they don't die before they get you back. Emissaries from abroad are already in the city and being set up in royal apartments, either in the inn or near the castle at this point. From what I know, representatives that are already present, Hyundare, Breland, Thrain, Morholds, all of them, already here and set up. On their way include emissaries from the Eldin Reaches as well as Valinor. There are some that aren't expected to attend. Kibara, the Plains, and Throem, of course. Zilargo had folks here, if you do remember, but they have left after the knowledge of the meeting was brought up.
It's unfortunate.
I was not able to attain what they were here at meeting with Caius with, but seems the Largo and the Thrust has something to do with what they were messing around with here. Why they do not want to be a part of this is beyond me.
You have to assume that at the very least they have something to do with Droam, or whatever that deal was, or something of that nature, something not of our aligned with our own interests. So we should keep an eye out just in case.
I agree. But put on a brave face. At the big gates of Korth open, The king's walk down the streets of Karnath. People cheering on either side of the road. The people don't care who the king is. They just care that there's a face with a crown on top. People line the streets on the outer sides of the cities, peasants, and so you get a bit of a mixed reaction as the poor of this city don't typically have good relations with royalty. So it may be a bit of a poor welcoming, at least at this point, since this is where Gandalf came from. Not Korth specifically, but the streets themselves. You ride through the streets, Major Yuri continuously giving you updates as best he can, keeping as close as he can beside you, and keeping his voice down for matters that need to be kept from any other ears, as he gives you more updates about who is here. He lets you know that Queen Orala from Ayundair is expected here, but you think that he thinks that there are just emissaries from Ayundair at the moment. That King Boronel is already here and is held up in the castle. Him and quite a few guards are here. Jayla Duran is expected to be here, the Keeper of the Flame. The 11-year-old child that is the representative of Thrain is expected to be here. You know her as the Seer.
Flame Keeper, yes.
Yeah, that you've met. However, she's expected to be here. There are others in her place at the moment, which is a High Cardinal Crozin, as well as one First Knight of the Flame, Lucas Porter. You guys are walking down this street. I would like you to please give me a wits check, if you would. So what dice have you assigned to your wits?
My wits is my D20.
Ooh. My D10.
What was that?
D10 for me.
It's regal.
Yeah. What's your total?
I had an 11.
An 11. That's very good. As you are marching down the streets, you have people calling out, "Your Highness, police, police," all on the sides of you, as you're walking down this path towards Crownholm. As you are, one voice has stayed consistent. Police, police. And with an 11 on your wits check, even amongst all of the chaos here, you've heard one voice consistently since outside of the gates. Someone has followed you for nearly a mile at this point. You turn with that 11 on your wits check, and you're able to quickly locate them in the crowds as someone is following along in the crowd, pushing past through people. You see a youngish woman, sort of strawberry blonde hair that's sort of wavy and unkempt at the moment. Other than that, she's got a large hooded cloak on. It doesn't look particularly nice or anything. For all intents and purposes, she looks like a common folk. And she is waving her hand, and Yuri hasn't clocked this while you're riding through the street, and he's just continuously giving you updates.
Okay, just quick. Major, is that young woman anybody who has arrived recently of any kind of relevance? You know who that is?
I have no clue, just a common person. Please, Malish, I need your attention in this matter.
So we have guards and stuff, right?
Yes, there's guards all sides of you.
I'm gonna try to meet in the middle a little bit here. I'd grab some, get one guard's attention, be see what that young woman needs, please. What is it she wants? Just fucking do it.
He doesn't give you that look. He looks
Okay.
He looks around at someone that is not immediately beside you. He's not going to leave your side and leave any sort of opening, but orders another guard to go over there and speak on your behalf. Pulls her towards the side. You see a quick exchanging of words. And she comes up to you. Malish, she says he needs to speak with you. Just some common girl, I think. Probably nothing to worry about.
About what?
She wouldn't tell me. Probably nonsense.
Ah! Fucking, ah! Fucking paranoia D&D brain. I just look over at Yuri and just say, 30 seconds. And just stop.
Hand goes up.
Yep.
Everybody in the caravan stops.
I can't risk it. There was weird shit with like stuff going on throughout the common people in Atur. I fucking if there could be something like that she might know, then I need to know.
Sure. Yeah. When you get off of your horse, you are surrounded by your own guard immediately. You have 6 of the white lions like immediately near you, and another 20 in this caravan in total at the moment.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
I'm just gonna kind of. They're just like encircling me. Like,
They are all around you at that.
I'm just like, all right, little bit of a break, fellas. Like, just nearby is great. Not quite as helpless as Caius was. And step towards this lady.
They are stoic. When you say not nearly as Caius, you see one get a slight curl under his helmet from the corner of his lips, and then quickly snaps out of it. So yeah.
Good for him.
So you approach this girl. Says, "Your Highness," like she's searching for the.
Sure.
Could we talk in private? And people are like attempting to like reach out to you. See guards' hands just going out and smacking hands away from you as this is happening. I have something very important they need to speak to you about.
You got to give me something about why it's so important.
It concerns you directly.
Okay.
She's not Karnath. You can clearly tell that. I spoke in that accent, but she is not Karnathi.
Oh.
Can you make an
Concerns me
intelligence check for me real quick?
Oh boy. I am the greatest.
We're gonna call it DC 6.
Oh. Alright, I better hope this die explodes, because no.
Okay.
2.
2. All right. Yeah. She says, I need to speak with you in private. It's not something that needs to be spoken about in mixed company.
Okay. Got to give me more than that.
I can't really.
You can't? Not at all.
Mm-mm.
Go for fuck's sake.
There's not a real way around it. It concerns your future.
My future. Anything to do with what Civis has been talking about?
Who? No.
House Civis. No? Has nothing. Just me, specifically myself.
Hmm.
Somebody. What's it? Hey, Yuri. What's your name?
My name's. Are you talking to the girl?
Yeah.
I say, my name's Autumn.
Autumn. Last name. Come on. And where are you staying?
Give me 1 second as I pull up my notes.
Big Doonschliebe.
Doonschliebe. Autumn Festiden. I'm not
Autumn
staying
Festiden.
in town. I or at least not in the city proper. I'm staying on the outskirts.
Okay. Yuri. Find somewhere to place this young lady a little bit closer, and we will meet with her in the relatively near future.
We need to speak now.
Really?
It is of the utmost importance. Yes.
Motherfuck. Can I don't know if I can, with this system, can I request a roll? I need to get a clock on how urgent this actually is, or how urgent she feels like it is, or
Sure.
if there's something
Yeah,
wonky
you can
going
absolutely
on.
request a roll. For this, and you're just trying to. What are you trying to gather?
I'm trying to see if this is actually as big of a deal as she like. I guess she's gonna think as big if she actually feels like what she needs to speak to me about is as big of a deal as she's making it.
Okay, yeah.
Or she's just trying to
check.
convince me so that she can talk to me.
Sure.
That's wits, right?
Yeah, make a wits check for me.
14.
With a 14, that's very good. You think that she thinks what she has to talk to you about is the most important thing in the world. I'll also say with a 14 wits check, not only the importance, there is a bit of concern on her face as well as a bit of anger, and
assassinate me.
and absolute determination.
Yeah, this is probably a really fucking bad idea. Okay. I have a bajillion fucking guards. What could go wrong? Somebody put her on the horse.
You do get some strange looks. Then they quickly correct themselves, though, and
hey.
lift her up onto a horse for you. She maintains her cloak and around herself at this very moment.
It's got a fucking knife or a gun. Bad memories.
And you are led on. Are you allowing her all the way into Crownhold?
In the mode, like, basically in what will constitute as privacy, and then be like, all right, we talk now.
So you get her into a quiet room.
Right inside the door, like right inside like the gates, and be like, all right.
Okay. If it's still in mixed company, she says, in private.
Define mixed company.
She looks around at all of your guards.
What you have to say cannot be trusted among the White Lions.
You probably don't want it to be.
Sure, but we have to. One of these lads has to check to see if you have any weapons first.
Probably not a good idea either.
No? Why? Look, lady, I've never seen you before in my life.
She opens her cloak, and you don't see any weapons. But what you do see is a round belly of a woman that is pregnant. I would like you to give me another intelligence check for me, please, and you can roll this with advantage.
Huzzah! Okay, that first one was a 3.
Okay.
And the second one was a 1.
Okay.
So
with a 3, yeah, and the obvious implications with this, I'm gonna give your guards a wits roll really quickly, as well as Crowley. I'm Master Yuri.
Sure. Yeah, no, not Crowley. Not Crowley. Yuri.
Actually, I rolled the wrong dice for Crowley.
Yeah, you know what? This is a good question. Are her eyes green?
What's up?
Said, are her eyes green?
Are her eyes green?
Yeah.
Let's see. I didn't actually think about the color of her eyes. No, they're not. They're like a very light hazel color.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. But
Green, bad color.
she shows you this and quickly, with that intelligence check, you're studying her face. And you remember your time on a ship not too long ago.
For fuck's sake. Crosses on her. Like,
Can we speak in private, please?
I mean, quite frankly, I'm not super concerned for that far down the line, but sure.
You take her to somewhere private to speak. And our camera pans. Our camera is now going to pan onto a window high in the castle itself in Crownholm. We see the perspective of this high window inside of Crownholm looks down on the parade of the king that is happening currently. Nothing planned, but just the king marching back into Korth is met with the admiration of the people. And Marius, we see your reflection in this window looking down on this parade as King Gandwin is now marching back into Crownholm. I'd like you to describe yourself, please.
Yeah.
And the reflection that we see in this window looking down on this parade.
Yep. You see a elderly-ish man, long white beard, lots of worry lines on his face, and he has very well kept longer hair, probably white as well. In the colors of the king he would be wearing, but it would be more like he's very thin, so it looks like a bit of a pencil, to be honest. The robes just straight to the floor, covering feet, everything. Probably slightly arms behind his back, looking over, watching as things are.
And what is our Royal Chancellor Marius thinking of?
Am I seeing him walk away with the woman?
Give me a let's do just a wits check.
Sure. 9.
9. Yeah, I think Marius has a very close eye on the king as he approaches the gates, and you see this exchange. And I'm gonna say from this distance, you can't really get any sort of detail on the individual that he's speaking to. But with a 9 on the roll, you definitely sense that something is up. I will also say with a 9 that you see almost immediately one of the King's Guard around Gandwin, sort of sitting near the back, peels off from the most of the group and starts heading directly to the castle. You know on that 9 wits check that whatever information was just learned is coming directly to you.
Fantastic. I hope he has a high wit score. Yeah, I would be pondering. I would have a slight smile on my face, knowing that information will be passed to me very, very soon. I would probably be milling around after the exchange that they've done is finished. But I'll be mostly listening out, ready to receive the news. I assume it's coming through channels and not directly from the one guy.
Yeah, it'll probably pass through a couple of different hands, all of which are under your coin.
Nice. That's how I like it.
A couple of things get passed up. You know that word is going to pass through these channels very quickly. You also know that's a good thing, as Gandwin is the King Gandwin is going to be requesting an update from you, and that you are going to need to be working together to make sure the Thronehold Accords happen and make sure that this goes off without a hitch within the city. But before Gandwin is up here, we get a guard walking into the room, one of the White Lions, sworn to protect the city of Korth until someone's gold says otherwise. But he walks in, and we have a scene really quickly where he walks in, says something quietly, and Marius is informed that an odd woman was given an audience by the king personally, and then when they got into the gates, that she seems to be with child. And he leaves very quickly.
I will turn and look back out the window, probably thinking in my head and
Scheming.
Waiting for his lordship to come to. I assume I'm in an office or the.
Yeah, you can set the scene for us here. Where is Marius getting this information?
Yeah, well, if for that, I guess I would get the information in my office, which would be as high as I can get, so I can see as much as I can. Yeah. But then I would probably make my way down, ready to receive the king personally.
Gotcha.
Plans we need to make together.
Absolutely. So that's where we'll leave you for right now. Heading down to meet the king, probably in something like a council chamber of sorts, a private area for where you need to sit and speak. So then our camera is going to pan once more. And it's going to pan into a pan in towards a elegant, large bedroom. An incredibly nice dress hanging up in a closet. A gnomish woman standing on top of a step ladder, helping one of your handmaidens, Ania, Lady Ania, as she assists you getting dressed in a dress that surely your mother picked out, but she assists you to get ready for the day and to have a meal with your mother and your father. And you know this handmaiden to be Gertie.
All right, Gertie.
Yes, dear.
Let's get me situated into this dress.
She's tightening up like the neck pieces for you, and then like brings around your neck like one of those like doily looking things that sit across your sit across your chest and shoulders. No,
for the love of God.
my dear, this was part of the ensemble that your mother requested.
And I will wear everything but that. Everything but that. It's itchy.
Very well. She takes it and folds it off and puts it to the side. What do we see as Ania is sort of looking into this mirror with this gnomish handmaiden behind her, helping her get dressed? What do we see?
So you see an average height Carnathi woman, like red-brown hair, blue-gray eyes, but like 5'5"-ish, like not too tall, not too short, just sort of in the middle. She is like fixing her hair sort of in a like quasi braids, sort of to create a like a hair crown, because she refuses to let anybody in the castle touch her hair because they keep trying to like put shit in it, and she's like, I don't have time for that. And the other thing too is like, as she's looking at herself in this mirror, she's looking longingly at her wardrobe that has like practical clothing, like a light lace-up shirt and like traveling pants, and she's like, and goes, Gertie, do you know how long I have to stay here with my parents?
Absolutely no clue, dear.
Did they say why they summoned me from Ator?
Let's give Gertie a you know what? I'm actually gonna make this a resolve roll for her. You can tell that she's been instructed to keep her mouth shut on family matters, but you give her those eyes in the mirror. Yes, she wants you to.
She wants me to what, Gertie?
Solidify family relations with the crown.
Very well.
And all of a sudden, the incredible in your like wardrobe, right next to all of your very practical gear, the incredibly fancy dress that surely cost more than a peasant's family would make in 10 years or 20 years of their lifetimes, makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. It makes her a little sick to her stomach. All right.
You're not going to tell your mother, dear, that I told you that, of course.
No, Gertie.
Wonderful.
I will not. Since I'm not wearing the doily, go get the necklace that you know.
Yes, the necklace, dear.
It's like at the top. It's like top shelf in the back, like something that she hasn't touched in years. But it's this like elaborate sort of like pearl number with just an ungodly like gem that hangs down just as a gift, or like as a peace offering to my mother.
Gotcha. Okay. Gertie grabs her step ladder and puts another step ladder on top of it, since it's on the top shelf and in the back. So you have this sort of precarious situation of a gnome balancing on 2 step ladders, and she goes and grabs the other one. No, dear, I'm fine. I've been doing this for years at this point, and hands off your necklace.
I put it on and like graciously curtsy and go, "Do I look royal enough?"
You look gorgeous, dear.
Right. Take me to my mother, please.
And we walk down into the dining room, sitting at this incredibly overly long table for a family of 3. We have your father on one side, your mother on another, and another chair just in the middle of this 20-foot table for you, as they sit at opposite sides awaiting you. And your mother just looks at you, sighs. Good of you to join us finally.
I'm like 10 minutes early.
Hmm.
So.
Always late. Please have a seat.
I take my seat and
She looks across at your father. She's been gone for years now and still can't come to meals on a proper time. She's not that late. Anyways, we have much to speak on. But before we get into business, how was your trip?
fast.
That's good, dear. I sent some of the fastest horses I could.
I know,
And
Father.
If you want to describe your parents for us really quickly.
Yeah, so my father, Micaiah, he's a sort of a jovial man. Like, you could tell that maybe 10 years ago he was like fit and like muscled, but now like he's been in the castle for a while, and so he's a little soft and a little squishy, but like just kind eyes and sort of just happy where the almost like a golden retriever like attitude of things, but like smart, like he's like smart as a whip. But my mother, Lavra, she is very tall, like 5'9", 5'10", and beautiful. Like, she has dark black hair, like braided down across, and is like impeccably dressed, like understated, but Ania looks over and is like, that's the most expensive silk, that was hand woven, that was hand stitched, just like understated but exquisite, which is who my mother is.
Yeah, absolutely. You sit here and you have your meal. Your father is he very much pretends to be a shrewd businessman out here. You know the truth behind this relationship that sits here, that all of his ideas that are coming from this house are actually your mother's. And as smart as your father is, he is very easily manipulated by Lavra. It is just the way of the matter. When it comes to her, he's completely oblivious. She is between you and her, he is very much in love with his family, and you guys his resolve when it comes to you guys is a D4, no doubt about it. Just sort of the nature of him. You guys continue your meal here, and after a few moments of very surface level conversation that's sort of happening, and long awkward pauses in between just rude statements from your mother, and long pauses happen in between that. Just, dear, did you not have a meeting? Oh, you're right, I'm going to be late. Exactly. He gets up and comes around over the table, puts his hand around you, whispers in your ear, says, glad to have you home, dear, and kisses the top of your head and heads out. And now we just have your mother, Lavra, and you at the table.
I have like sat as like straight up as possible. Just like
She is as well, but it is her natural posture to be absolutely upright and looking down on whoever she is around. It is just sort of the nature of your mother. Servants come by and pick up all your platings and stuff like that. And the conversation gets very much less surface level very quickly, and much less shrouded and you know, talking around things, and quickly becomes very straight and to the point as your mother just looks pointedly at you. Now that you're back, you're going to put that name to use and be of service to this family.
I thought I have been of service to our family.
If you mean in attempting to make local papers by stabbing young men, then yes, you've been of service to this family.
That was 2 years ago.
That was a mistake and a problem, of which I am through dealing with. Young lady, interrupt me one more time. You will listen to me. You have caused too many problems for this family. You will now be of service to our name. The king has returned. He's now in the city. And you will solidify our family name. You will do your best. You will make him fall in love with you, whatever that takes. And you will produce an heir, and the Kaisel family name will be near this throne. Am I understood?
Crystal.
Wonderful. Because you start this very evening. You'll go to Crown Home. She stands up. I've already arranged the meeting for you. You'll be on the schedule, as it were. Wonderful. You'll put on your best smiles. You'll keep that dress on. Where is the doily?
It's itchy. This is much better than the doily. It's the heart of the family, as you have called it.
Give me a manipulation roll.
Oh, buddy, that's gonna be a 13.
I did pick that necklace out. It is quite exquisite. I suppose that's fine. Are we understood? You know what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
She steps up close to you at this point. I have spent years building us up to what we are. And in your 20 years of existence, you have done nothing but attempt to tear it down. You will make up for that now.
As you say, Mother. May I be excused so that I can take... Am I taking the carriage or am I taking a horse?
What lady would ride a horse? Get in a carriage. Gertie, if you could please assist her. And she just turns around and leaves the room. Sort of echoing back from the halls as your mother walks away from the dinner table. And maybe a lesson on manners on the way to the castle.
I look down at Gertie and go, find as much ginger as you can.
Ginger, dear.
Yeah, I get so motion sickness.
You know we already have it in the carriage for you. I'm always looking out for you. I've been expecting you for a couple of weeks now, so...
We're gonna need more.
I've put 6 pounds in the carriage. How much more can we need? And she goes and she walks back to the kitchen to grab more. All right. And we see Nia riding off. Once more, our camera pans to a carriage outside of the city walls, much like we started off with King Gandalf, but riding into the city of Korth. We see actually, as our camera pans into this, make sure that's the right music. Anyways, as our camera pans into this unique looking carriage, very swirls in design, like overly dramatic in design. Some of the materials, maybe not just wood and metal, or at least strange woods and metals with different sorts of plants adorning the outside. And Barley, if you would please tell us who we see on the inside.
Yeah, inside is Barley Vanilla Tree. Once again, is incredibly small. 3'2", 3'4" ish. She has a lot of blues and purples texturing her skin. Her hands and feet are closer to that of tabaxi than typical humans' feet and hands. Her face is probably the most unique part of her. It's a mixture between a cuttlefish and an amphibian. And so it's very clear what she is when you meet her. And she has this just beautiful dress on, again, purples and blues swirling, with a deep cut in the middle, ending like just below her belly button, and tied off with snake-looking belts. She has no shoes on. It's very clear that when she gets to where she is going, she intends to make a very clear statement of who she is and where she comes from.
This proud face sitting in seats, and seats around you in this carriage. We see other sort of collection of not fake creatures, but instead humans and elves and half-orcs. Sitting around you, druids of the Eldeen Reaches, speakers for and other diplomats that are sent here to assist you. So you are the ranking individual in this carriage, but they're all here to just assist you with your goals here in Korth. But as you roll up towards the city and you're allowed in and ushered towards your royal apartments of where you're going to be staying inside of Crownholm, we hear you feel in one of the many pockets of your dresses, because of course dresses have pockets in this reality, a sort of magical humming coming from one of them.
To make it clear again, I know we've gone over this before. None of you are to speak of where I come from, who my allegiance falls for. As far as anybody is to know, I am an ambassador from the Eldeen Reaches. And when the information of who my sponsor is comes out, it will come from my lips and my lips only.
You get just head nods in response. And some of them go back to whatever they're doing with their hands to make it a point to where they're not paying attention to what you're doing. Some of them just simply look out of the window, but you do get acknowledgement from everyone in the car here.
And to understand, while none of you are Fae, from my understanding, King Gandalf does not care for those who associate with Fae too kindly. So we may be met with hostility, but we are here to serve a greater purpose. So keep your tongues in your mouth, accept what he has to say with all politeness.
Couple
Hopefully.
of twitches at that, but acknowledgement nonetheless.
Hopefully we may be able to get through this evening into the Accords.
That humming from your pocket continues, and as you do, you pull out a mirror from your pocket, and within, sort of mist flying around in the mirror itself, and on the other side of it, when the mist clears, you see a beautiful tall woman that has sort of midnight blue skin, with sort of highlights of white and silver design in her very skin. Her hair elaborate in how it's done, with different silver worked into her hair, her pure white hair, and her eyes completely white as well. Your sponsor, Antharium Silver Mist, the lady of moons and mirrors, sits in there.
Barley, have you arrived quite yet?
Not yet, ma'am. We've going over the rules and expectations once again. But we are arriving within the next few hours.
Very well. And have you come up with a solid plan for speaking the king?
That may be more difficult, as you know, he does not tend to treat our kind too kindly. But I will make it clear the best that I can that even with how he feels about us, we are still needed in the fight that will come, as everybody will be.
You cannot fail.
I will not.
Update me as soon as possible.
Of course. Before you go, how are things?
Our queen ails. She is growing sicker. Even at the height of her power, she dies. You cannot fail.
I will not.
Smoke once again fills the mirror, and then it turns into a normal mirror once again.
She kind of wipes one of her eyes. Okay, let's get this over with.
The card is allowed into Crown Home itself. Now that we have all of our characters introduced here, where does Gandolin take Autumn?
Fuck's sake, probably. Was it the that meeting room where we spoke to Caius initially? Just what seems close.
Okay.
I guess just like a private meeting room. Like, all right, we're gonna say, and send a runner to the Chancellor. Because you know what, I know how I'm about to handle this, but I need political advice for public perception.
Sure. Yeah. Runner immediately goes off to grab the Chancellor. And I'm gonna switch up our music once more since we're kind of let's see. Let's just do this. This will be fine for right now. A runner goes off to grab the Royal Chancellor. He'll be down here in a few minutes. And if I'm not mistaken, you're talking about above the banquet hall. There's a royal parlor that sort of
or somewhere. Yeah, if that's one that I personally know of, but it'd be something along that lines that's close.
Oh,
whatever's easiest to get to.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, easily enough. Are you attempting to keep her presence masked at all as you're walking her into the castle at this point?
Good question. I don't know how that seems like it'd be relatively difficult at this juncture.
It would be to mask her presence, but you can also just act cool and calm, like it's no big deal for.
I think probably that's to be my best. I'm like, too many people have seen her already, so we're just gonna fucking walk in.
And you're just gonna act like, give me a composure roll.
Yeah. Surely. I failed miserably.
Would you roll?
1.
The nat 1. With
Too much going on in his head. Just like, I don't have time for this shit. Like, God fucking damn it.
So the king clearly flustered at this point with everything that's going on. You have the Thronehold Accords in just a few days from now. You have people in your castle that may or may not be working against you. You have royalty from other countries that are here and waiting to be seen at this point. And you have now just been told that something from a few months ago has come around to come around with consequences.
It's been more than a few months. I don't know. It's been a while.
I say a few months, but it's been like 5-6 months.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. So you walk her up into a private office, let's say, and we can just say there are plenty of these abound in the castle especially for your use. A few minutes later, Councilman Marius, you're grabbed and brought into this room. If there's any preparation for things that you'd like to do before you're brought in, feel free to. If not, then we can just have Marius join the king and the new guests. You do have guards in here, unless you dismiss them, along with Major Yuri. If you would like them to do anything while Marius is being fetched, you can let them know as well.
I just like, Major, go ahead and do your thing. Concern yourself with the Accords.
Very well. Steps out, leaves the room for you. You still have a couple of guards in this room, but Marius, you're fetched. The king is here, and he is in his quarters. So you are brought into this room, and King Gandalf is now back in Korth.
Your Majesty, welcome back.
Not necessary.
Sorry, I am trained in the correct etiquette.
Sure.
How can I be of service? What would you need of me?
Well, I'm gonna need your advice here in a minute. All right, lady. Go.
My name's Autumn.
Yep.
She sort of looks at Marius in this clearly private matter. Marius, you see for all intents and purposes, a common girl. She doesn't look Carnathy. She's got like strawberry blonde hair, hazel eyes, kind of petite, with a big baggy cloak around her at the moment, and very, very not surprising to you, as you know very much what this is. You saw it unfold. But in this, it takes a moment, and she sort of pulls the cloak back again, very much with child. Do you remember me from the Lalo tour?
Party boat. Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Well,
My lord, is this part of the delegation?
No. This is gonna be. You would know better than I whether this is gonna cause a problem politically. All right.
Yes, sir. I forgive me. This came as quite a shock.
Wits check doesn't come as a shock. 100% want to know whether this actually is shocking to Mary.
do you? Okay. You can roll.
I do.
A manipulation check, engines, and then
Yep.
A wits check for you there.
Oh shit! I rolled bad.
I have a 9.
A 9. Well, it beats my 6. So
Okay.
okay. So this is shocking.
Genuinely surprised.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. Okay. So sit tight for a second, I guess. Or chime in whenever you feel feel commentary is helpful. I don't know.
She's
Okay.
not of course.
No.
My lord.
No. Okay.
And that is your child.
It could be. Quite frankly, whether the fact of whether it is or not is not super relevant to me, and I think you don't think so either.
I think this could be good in some sense. You could use this as a way of swaying other countries maybe to join your cause, but I honestly don't think this is something you might want to tell everybody.
Right. And it's kind of wanted you to hear to stress that. Because look, Autumn, whether it's mine or not, if you say it's mine, that's dangerous for you and the kid. You get that, right?
It's yours.
Okay. You get that that's dangerous to say out loud, though, right? For you and the kid.
Well, my life ended because of this pretty much, so this is a last resort.
A bit of a profession choice, but okay. But, okay, I
was
happy
raising money
help
to go
you.
to Arcanics. Thank you. You were my last job before I went off to school, and I was refused because of this. I want you to make this right.
Okay, how?
Get me back in Arcanics.
How?
You see, she stumbles. You, a king.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
And the only way I can make that happen is if people know that that's my kid.
May I chime in, sir?
Go right ahead.
You are possibly contemplating risking your crown over a common lady.
I'm right here.
I think I'm a bit more concerned that someone may decide, hey, this lady has the king's kid. That's a good hostage.
Yes, it does also put the child and the lady in danger.
Correct.
That's if the king should care.
Look, I had no parents for a long time. I do not wish to enforce that fate on anybody else.
Understandable, sir.
Look, how long are you willing to wait?
For what?
Because quite frankly, Arcanics might not be around for very long. Or it may be totally fine, or it may be gone forever. I don't know. You heard about the stuff that Civis has been putting out apparently recently?
I'm not much of a news person.
Okay. Well, there's going to be a meeting here in Korth among basically anybody important. You're right. What do I know about Arcanics?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
One.
You think that she's making words up.
Fuck. Raised eyebrow.
What do I know about Arcana?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Get somebody else in the room.
Roll an intelligence check for me.
3.
3.
Fuck.
The 3, you know that Arcanics is a school of magics. It's floating in Ayundair. I would actually say, even with a 1, Gandolin, you passed by the floating towers of Arcanics when you were leaving Passage. You don't know anything about it. They were just floating towers in the sky, but there may be some line straw here. But it's a school for arcane magics. It's very prestigious and it's super hard to get in. You have to be able to show some sort of proclivity for magics to get in. So clearly she has some ability for magic if she's truly got into Arcanics.
Just one question. You don't lose magic ability by being pregnant.
No, not at
So
all.
she would still have the ability. Right?
She would still have abilities. You would know that.
Arcanics just has weird rules.
Well, it's more of a safety thing in that pregnancy,
that makes
because
sense.
there is another child, or there is another soul, another mind involved. That magics can go wonky when you start casting while pregnant. So
That makes sense. Okay.
Do at any chance would I know if they happen to take underhanded
Bribes.
fees?
Underhanded fees.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say on a 3 that your connections don't reach into arcanics, but Marius is probably of the mindset that with enough
I'm gonna
gold,
pitch it anyway.
anything is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough money.
My lord, I have a suggestion.
I can help.
Uh,
Yes,
Save face in front of all the delegates.
surely.
Autumn, how about the crown pay for your tuition and a little extra so we forget this business?
It's a matter of me getting in.
Yes, that's the extra I'm talking about.
So you're gonna make that happen.
I can't guarantee anything, but most people will sway with the right amount of coin.
Then
Which-
I stay right here until I have a guarantee.
That's fine. As long as you're willing to be hidden. I just shrug. Once again, kidnap target. As much for your own safety as it is for politics, quite frankly.
Sure.
Very well, sir.
I'm
Okay.
in a castle.
Wonderful.
Don't stick me in a broom closet.
Wasn't planning on it. Marius, please. It's
Don't
not
you stick me in a broom
funny.
closet either.
It's not a bad joke.
It's very nice broom closets in Crown Home.
They're
They have,
huge.
they have queen beds in them.
I could organize the staff to make arrangements for the young lady.
Sure. That works. Yeah, do that. Do that.
Okay, so we're gonna have it arranged somewhere in this, in Crown Home to house Autumn.
I suppose.
Okay, very well. Under any specific instructions, Marius, since you're handling this, or do the guards that are escorting Autumn have any specific instructions when you send them off?
Oh my god, do I Game of Thrones this? No. They will have a very nice room
Okay.
with a heavy lock on the outside, just in case. We do have a lot of delegates coming, so we don't want somebody who possibly might not have actual bloodline to the throne wandering around while this is happening. So yeah, it will be a very, very nice suite, but it needs the key should be at least, yay big. That would be my nice arrangements. She would also be waited on hand and foot for food or any sort of stuff like that. She would be treated like a guest, but a guest that we kind of may need to contain just in case.
I have a question for you. Does her room lock from the outside? Can she leave this room on her own?
I will say it would be key. It would have to be key. So yeah, she can come and go, but
Okay.
as soon as delegates start arriving, that's when I think.
Oh,
But
you
I'll
know
be
they're
instructing-
they are already here and in the
Then
castle.
no, she can't leave.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, that's
Yeah. No.
not a risk I'm willing to take.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Driving to know who exactly was the source of the leak to House Civis.
Let's see. Give
Oh,
me.
Ian knows. I know, Ian. I want to know if Gandalf has,
If that information got to Gandalf,
or if he's been able to work it out somehow.
you know what? I tell you what. If you give me a charisma check, one of the House Civis agents would have mentioned the name. If and we'll call it DC.
Charisma.
Yeah, we'll call it a DC 5. And
Okay.
if your charisma succeeds on it, the name would have slipped up in the conversation. If not, then he didn't give away a source.
Okay. That's a 6.
6. Yeah, no. In the conversation when House Civis, or when you were sort of brought up to it, they said Artyom from the Shining Vanguard gave a quote, and it says, quote, "The world is ending, and King Gandalin is attempting to have a secret meeting with all of the world, and is calling on the Treaty of Thronehold."
Hey, Marius, real quick.
Yes, my lord.
You know, I'm the only member of the Shining Vanguard that's still here.
Yes, my lord.
It might not be a bad idea for at least a stopgap. She was looking for another member of the Shining Vanguard. If you want that to leak about. Just as a why this young lady is here.
Yes, that would
probably be. It's not great for her own sake. It's not super great, but it will help a little bit. And he's just there's a gentleman named Artyom. Big burly fellow, big beard. That should work pretty good.
I will spread the news, my lord, that the young lady was looking for Artyom and is now residing in the castle.
Correct. I have taken her in on my friend's behalf.
Very good. What I relayed.
That's called karma.
Yes, I will spread through the channels that the king has decided that it's somebody else's, even though it's his. But through the main channels that the king knows about, I'm going to spread that it's a young lady looking for Artyom.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Understood. So, let me make sure I understand. Sorry, we got some camera issues going on the stream. To make sure that I understand here, Marius, you're going to spread to those that are in your inner circle the truth of the matter, and then are you still spreading?
So I will use words like embarrassed, worried, scared, any of these sort of terms that cover up scandal in my inner circle, and tell them to relay.
Gotcha.
But in the main channels, I will be saying that if anybody should ask, or if I need to inform anybody, that exactly what the king said. She is come here to see Artyom, and if there is any chatter about the child, then it will be, no, that's purely for him to deal with. We are unsure of what, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Flowery language.
Give me a quick manipulation check.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, 5. God.
5. Okay. All right.
That sucks.
So that issue is currently on ice, but it is currently being proliferated around the castle in various states of truth, if you will. But as you guys are sitting here, the two of you sort of discussing who's in the castle, and like I've said, there are some representatives already present here in the castle. If you wish to summon them, some of them may be requesting meetings earlier rather than not. You expect a lot of that to happen tomorrow. But like I said, Irondair, Breland, Thrain, the Moorholds are already here. Valinar and the Eldeen Reaches are on their way, according to Major Yuri. And there are some that are not going to be attending. There are also some dragon-marked houses that are going to be expected to be here. House Lyrandar is expected to be represented, as well as House Cannith, as there is a leader of Cannith here in Karnath, or here in Korth, with Zorlinda Cannith. Not a good guy. Very openly known to not be a great person. House Civis is very much expected to be here, of course, to cover everything that's happening, and as well as House Kundark is expected. House Orion is said to be sending representatives as well.
Awesome.
So I know that's a lot of information, but just for some info, I will say, while you, Marius, are sort of giving this rundown to the king here in this council chamber, there's a knock at the door. Guard opens up. My liege, my lord. We have an assembly emissaries from the Eldine Reaches here. Would you like to meet with them now?
Unless you see any reason not to, Marius, then need delay. Sure.
The door
Why not?
opens, and we see Barley accompanied by several druids of the Eldine Reaches. These are not royally dressed folks, with maybe the except of Barley. The rest of these folks are wearing very much druidic clothing, with lots of leaves interworked with leathers and twine and such around them. It seems to be done up nicely, but it is still clothes of nature. As they walk into here, and Barley, you're leading this envoy in here. They are simply here to assist if you need it.
She'll give a.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you'll be announced for the king and Marius here. And as I pull up your full name once more, I don't have your last name. What's your last name?
Vanilla Tree.
Vanilla Tree. Should I add that? My liege, my lord, Lady Barley Vanilla Tree of the Eldine Reaches.
Give a deep curtsy.
Really not necessary. It's fine.
I apologize, Your Highness. Is there a different way that you'd prefer to be
Just-
addressed?
As little formality as possible, if you don't mind. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. We come from the Eldine Reaches. As we've heard that there will be an assembly of the world's powers for a coming danger.
Yep. Sorry, and you said these guys are all very clear, aside from Barley, are very clearly druids.
Very much so.
Okay, slight oh, that's good. Druids, nice.
If you want to, you can give me a quick intelligence check to see what you know.
Oh shit, my name's Bar. Yeah. 2.
2. So the Eldine Reaches were not high on your list for contacting, as they're not a part of the they're mentioned like in the Treaty of Thronehold, but they are not one of the 5 nations. They are not clearly recognized, and they're not known for having a very strong military presence. They are known for being led by an archdruid, which is an awakened tree that's hundreds and hundreds of years old. And you would also know that there are tribes of the Gashkala. Since you've met members of the Gashkala, but you do know there are members of the Gashkala Orcus tribes that have kept Plains of the planar seals intact for thousands of years that have been decaying as of recent.
Mm-hmm. That reside within the Eldine Reaches.
Yeah.
Do any of you happen to be members of the Gashkalan?
One orc steps up, a half orc steps up behind you, Barley, and just gives a nod, doesn't speak.
Of course, there's representation of the powerful forces in the Eldine Reaches.
Wonderful. More druids the better, quite frankly.
That is what we came here to speak to you about. There's a growing concern amongst the Elding Reaches of this, she kind of looks around, impending threat.
Mm-hmm.
What protection will you provide to the Eldine Reaches if they were to join forces with you?
You mean from Karneth personally?
Of course. Just as obviously, everybody sending their forces to one or several locations away from their homes will leave their homes potentially in danger.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we have our own fights in the Eldine Reaches. that we must pay attention to on top of this impending threat.
Right.
Marius, can I get you to roll me a quick intelligence check?
Sure.
Keeping with the 2, Ganowin, you're not going to pick up on it.
I figured.
As well.
Say again?
2 as well.
2 as well?
Oof.
Okay, no worries.
Hey, we got Dumb and Dumber here running the country. Let's go.
That's the way. This is just reality, baby. This,
Bro, it just be
this
like
is just
that.
the way it goes.
We got the one brain cell boys getting passed back and forth.
So,
Lady Barley, while your armies are out fighting the impending doom, so will ours. I don't think it would be in our best interest to reach too far and make ourselves vulnerable, as we would be housing the king and the court. So we appreciate your offer of bodies, but I think it might be a little too far for us to send more men away.
That is part of what this Accords is supposed to be about.
Oh, of course we would not be sending you bodies, we would be sending you people. And I think that is important that we remember that. But I have another question. Rumors have reached my ears, and obviously rumors cannot be as trusted as reality. You do not parlay with those of the Fae, from my understanding.
I'd have to say I'm curious where those rumors have come from.
From past interactions, does not seem like many members of your court are of my ancestry.
Mind my asking who that past interaction was with?
Oh, it is looking at the members of your court, and just seeing an absence of similar faces as my own. Because while Karth is mainly those who do not look like me, there are still members of my ancestry that reside in your realm. So it is strange that you do not have any on your court.
Well, my court has existed for less than a month. And I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone who shares a face like yours, ever. And I've traveled most of this fucking continent.
That is fair. I am quite unique in my appearance. The reason for my questions are, if the Eldeen Reaches were to join in this fight, if they were to send members of the Fae ancestry, would they be treated with the same respect as those of your ancestry? As they are fighting for a common goal, much as we all will be.
I don't know, it depends what else are you wanting out of it.
I would like to see the realm continue, much as I assume all of you do.
Wits check!
Yeah, I was actually about to ask one. If you could please give me a wits check.
Okay.
And Barley, I'm gonna say, depending on your goals here, you can either give me a charisma or a manipulation check. Your choice, whatever you feel is more apt.
Okay. It's not going to be manipulation because honestly, Barley's goal is not to manipulate the crown in any way, and she sees that any alliance between the Eldeen Reaches and those who sponsor them must come from a genuine place. Otherwise, if it comes out, then everything will fall apart. All right.
Not hard. I rolled a 2.
Oh, I got a 5.
What a roll.
Yeah, I think what Ganowin probably gets from this interaction is a bit of sincerity for sure, and mixed with desperation and sadness.
Okay.
But fair tricky.
Yeah. I'm just gonna think for a few moments. Go ahead.
I am aware of past interactions with people like you and people across the world by people who are like me have not gone as well as some would hope. Of course, I apologize for anything that may have happened to put a bad taste in your mouth concerning the Fae, but this offer is genuine. There is no, how do you say, cost past the lives that will be lost in fighting this coming fight. I hope that this will increase relations amongst our peoples, of course, as I always have. But now is not the time to be asking for costs.
I disagree.
Barley, one of the representatives of the Eldin Reaches, bends down to you on your request of you calling the shots here. They whisper into your ears and convey to you that they want it within whatever documents are drafted up with the accords that are to be held in a few days, that the Eldin Reaches are going to be recognized as a sovereign nation and away from any other reaches of the 5 nations. You know that several of the 5 nations, mostly Ayundair, has been encroaching on the borders of the Eldin Reaches. There are still active skirmishes on the borders between the Druids and Ayundair, the Ayundairan armies, but reminds you that they want that drafted up, that they are a sovereign nation and protected.
At this point, they're whispering. I will lean into King and, my lord, the reason why there are no Fae on any council of the higher end jobs is Fae are notorious for being tricky, and lying is not beyond them. Obeying laws of common people is not on their to-do list, as it were. We must be aware when holding counsel to a Fae, be under any influence. I lean back up.
And probably about the same time, Barley will turn back to you. On the matter of continuing existences, the Eldin Reach does require that in the Accords it be made clear that the Eldin Reaches are sovereign in the land that they hold. That they are their own country, much like your country.
Glance at the person that was clearly, was whispering this information to Barley. Glance at Marius. I think you know quite well that is not something that we can guarantee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marius.
No, sir. You are correct.
I'm sure you will get the opportunity to say your piece if you intend to attend the Accords in the next few days. But also, glance at the dude who stepped up, the orc who stepped up when I was asking if there were any members of the Gosh Kala. I'm sure that you are also very aware that regardless of whether anybody gets what they want out of these Accords, they have to happen. This is not a fight that anybody can opt out of.
I agree. That all people, be they large or small, We'll have to make a decision, a hard decision, in these coming months.
Indeed.
To put away prejudices that may form in their mind and to fight amongst those that they previously called enemy.
As long as you are making no requests that will bring the demise of my people down the line, I think we will have no issue.
That would never be my intention.
And if you happen to know of a gentleman by the name of Dakad, his whereabouts would be welcomed.
Do I know? I doubt I would, but
The COD is on a separate court from you. Let's see. Give me a wits check, and we're gonna call it DC 12.
Find out he's my busy mate.
Oh, I actually know exactly where he is. He's down the street, hanging out in the bar.
That's it.
Get his
One.
ass.
One. You have no clue what a Dakad is. Now the king is making up words.
I am not familiar with this creature, but if I hear of his location, I will be sure to send it along to you.
Wonderful. In the meantime, once again, I can make no guarantees for anybody outside of Karnath for any of your requests.
And I
Any
can
assistance will be welcomed. I don't think this is going to be good for anybody.
Once again, you're prompted by one of your advisors here, Parley, and sort of whispering in your ear once more, and says, "You can't guarantee our sovereignty, but you can guarantee your alliance in fighting for our sovereignty at the Accords." And
Well,
leans back up.
an obvious declaration of sovereignty is hard to enforce amongst the other countries. What is possible, much like you said, is your voice in favor of sovereignty for the Eldeen Reaches.
Do I know anything about the conflict between the Eldeen Reaches and any of their neighbors?
Give me a intelligence check.
Fuck. Eh.
May I do that as well?
2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
nice.
absolutely.
Back me up. So one of
no,
us
one.
has to roll good.
You said he rolled a 1.
Damn, dude. Why are we so
Yeah.
dumb?
Fighty, fighty, stabby, stabby. Got you.
We grow them stupid here in Karnath. We don't got fucking brains.
With a 2 on the intelligence check, Gandalf, just sort of hearing war stories, thinking back to his time served on the front lines, getting news from all sorts of places of other Karnathi soldiers and spies and stuff that would be around him. You'd hear that the Eldeen Reaches were fighting mostly on their eastern fronts, keeping Ayundair from I want to say spreading, but it was really the Eldeen Reaches that were declaring themselves a sovereign nation at that point. So Ayundair considers them rebels, essentially. Vastly different cultures, though. It is very much where the Eldeen Reaches, in all truthfulness, should be emancipated and considered sovereign. But Ayundair sort of considers that theirs.
Gotcha. Okay.
There is another thing I wish to speak with you on concerning the Fae.
Mhm.
There's been troubles in the wilds amongst the courts, and I think it is in concern to our impending threat.
Okay, we really don't have to sit here and beat around the bush. There's been presence of Zoriat in the wilds.
Just double check. There's been presence of Zoria in the wilds.
Yeah, absolutely. So the archfey that sent you here, the Lady of Moons and Mirrors, is like a personal liaison to the Queen of Air and Darkness. The Queen of Air and Darkness has been affected in some sort of way, and it is very clear that the decisions she's been making are not in line with what she would typically do. So you think that winter itself has been corrupted, and you have heard of very obvious incursions of madness in the woods around your like Capitol building. But that's sort of secondary, as you think something has infiltrated in towards like the top echelon of the Winter Court. So yes, very much so.
There have been incursions, infiltrations, and I believe political influences from Zoria.
Not political, but very much so mental manipulation, like directly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not a lot of politics in Zoriat. Very
manipulation of those in higher seats of power.
Mm-hmm. I hate to say it, but we're kind of dealing with the imminent collapse of our own plane right now.
That is true. But if that plane collapses as well, they may be able to turn their focus more heavily upon this plane.
I do not disagree.
So what can be given will be appreciated.
And what can be given is nothing right now. We cannot spare any resource until we have secured the safety of the entire material plane.
Then what comes after, if they are still present in the Feywilds? Will aid come?
As you ask this question, what will come of the Feywilds? Another knock. You're gonna have a revolving door here for a little while, guys. Your Highness, Chancellor, Ambassador, sort of nodding their heads. Another visitor.
Of course. Who?
Back into cinema.
I say who?
Come in and shuts the door. Lady Ania Kaisel has made it to the castle. She's on your schedule for today. You are quadruple booked at this time.
My lord, such things as the fate of the plane would be better discussed in the actual litigation. Maybe we adjourn this meeting now, and you can move to your second double booking.
Yes, I think that is wise. Barley, I think we're on the same page. The specifics will probably have to come after. And the guarantee of specifics will probably have to happen during the Accords.
Well, I appreciate your time, and of course, please think upon the things that I have said. She'll get out, and if she runs into Lady Anaya, she'll compliment her dress, but say, I do not know about the necklace that goes with it, but the dress is beautiful.
I appreciate it. Looks very green.
Just in your dress pockets there, Ania, you feel the ginger root just moving around as you pick it up and put it to your mouth. Guardia sent you off with like candied ginger in both pockets.
Yeah.
Candied ginger slaps.
Before I walk in, DM, I would love to use my charisma and to sort of make it kind of a showstopper kind of situation of see how well I can impress the Deer King.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll it up.
Why is life so
love that.
tiring? I'm so tired.
Welcome to the crown, sir.
Ah!
That's a nat 20. And it explodes because it's my highest.
Oh my
It
god.
explodes.
23.
Quite an impression as the door opens up. Lady Ania Keisel stands in the doorway. In the resplendent dress, the light sort of from the windows hitting the necklace, sort of gleaming off of it as you're standing there. Very clearly, the entire guard is just sort of like standing there. One guard gets hit in the leg and picks his own jaw up really quickly as you walk in, and you are announced, Lady Ania Keisel.
I curtsy.
Can
And
I roll a composure check against her charisma?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This is very, very bad odds, just for the record. Yeah, no. 1. The moments of silence. Hello.
I think we get a moment of Marius like waiting for the king to respond. He nudges you like that's good.
No,
As
hey,
you're just
oh,
sitting
yes,
there.
So, leans in, my lord.
That's, sorry, yeah. A lot on my mind. Yes, hi, hello.
of course you have much on your mind.
What can I do for you?
Oh, I do apologize. I just arrived here quickly, and forgive me, but I feel a little faint. Would you mind taking a walk with me to get some fresh air?
Wait. Sus.
Okay. You can roll me either a charisma or a manipulation check, whatever you feel is more apt there, Ania, and then give me a wits check.
Charisma's a 19.
Dude, my fucking dice hate me. 4.
4. With a 4, I mean, you can assume that you know the Keisel family. You know the Keisel family from a tour. You grew up with them. They were a mercantile family, as far as you know. How Ania fits into that, you're not exactly sure, but you know one of the lesser lords of the Keisel family is from a tour. The main Keisel family is located here in Korth, and they are very well established. Also very wealthy.
You know what? Fresh air sounds great. Sure, that's fine.
I should accompany you, my king.
I suppose. I can't fucking get rid of this guy nowadays. He's everywhere. He's always with me.
I turn to the Royal Chancellor and go, Chancellor, actually, I do believe that my father had something to address with you. Maybe you should stay behind and speak with him. It had to do with coin.
I don't have that on my schedule for today's meeting, my lady.
It's an 11 manipulation plus 2. It's 13.
What am I rolling?
If you well, I want to make sure we're relying on the role play for sure, but if we want to do a manipulation check, it'll be against your resolve, which will be your mental resistance against manipulation.
Oof. That is a 6. So
6. Okay. What's your resolve die?
it's a D12.
D12. Gotcha. Okay. So It's not on your schedule, as far as you're aware.
But I'm gonna argue, Jones, that I think that both my parents came with me.
Okay.
Just because it would be inappropriate to send a young lady to the castle by herself.
Very well. Then standing in the doorway, behind Ania, you do see Lord and Lady Kaisel. Micaiah standing slightly in front, and Lavra standing right beside him. Marius, I don't think it is far to guess here that you and Lavra have done business together before.
Oh God.
Should imagine so.
Say again?
I should imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that you and Lavra have absolutely run across each other before, and it is you two are good at what you do. So I think there's probably a level of respect between the two of you. You know that Micaiah is the stand-in. He is the face. He is, he's the placeholder. Other than that, you know who's running the show. So
Okay.
you see, and as she walks in, Lavra just gives you an eyebrow.
Oh, okay. I've been summoned. Am I aware, would this be above board business? Or a little on the lower side?
I'll give me a wits check.
Them wits be winning.
Oof. 3.
No, 3's not bad. So for simple things, your DC typically is going to be a 3 or a 4. So, and I think your relationship makes this an easy task for this. You see sort of with this dynamic that Micaiah is Lord Micaiah is very here on a purpose that is very above board. He's smiling at you, smiling at the king. He bows for the king. Sort of a chubby guy, just sort of looking at all of you, very matter of fact though. And Lavra gives you an eyebrow, and you know that she's got something to say to you.
Okay. My lord, if Lady Anya, his parents, wishes to meet with me about economic business, are you accepting my leave, or would you
Yes.
need me for further discussion?
Totally fine.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see Micaiah and Lavra split off with Marius, and we see Gandwin and Ania walk down the hall to go get some fresh air somewhere in like the royal gardens that are kept upstairs. Where is Barley heading to after this fact? Are you staying? You have been granted a royal apartment here inside of Crownholm, if you wish to do anything there, but also if you wish to start maneuvering any other motivations, now would be the time to do so. So what are you doing around here, Barley?
Yeah, I almost said Gaia. Barley will be looking for other visiting delegations, meeting with them about the possibilities of helping in the Feywilds once the threat on material plane has been dealt with, as well as asking about a rumor, but in the guise of being like, oh, of course it's false. I just want to know if you've heard about this rumor about a mistress of the king who is Fey.
Okay. All right. Are you attempting to spread the rumor, or are you attempting to honestly discern if he has a Fey mistress?
Both.
Both. So, well, you're attempting to spread the rumor that he has a Fey mistress okay. Give me a manipulation check.
All right. I believe. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Jesus. Bro, how you that man
4 3. So 4 plus 3 minus 1, 6.
6. Okay. People, you get a lot of odd, strange looks about a Fey mistress, but they haven't seen him with any women since he's sort of taken office. Like, that could be true. And you see one turn towards, like wait staff turning towards the other one. Did you hear? And then another one going up to like their lady as they serve dinner and starts whispering in their ear, something's been started. You're not sure exactly where that's going to go. It's going to be a terrible game of telephone by the end of it, but it's absolutely
Autumn is a fair.
Are you seeking out any audience with anyone specific to get you were talking about rallying forces to actually help with the Feywild incursion? Is there anyone specific that you're looking for, like a country of this realm or one of the dragon marked houses?
I guess the question would be, are there any well-known dragon mark houses or countries that are more sympathetic to Fae?
To the Fae. Give me an intelligence check.
8. 3.
With the 3, sympathetic towards the Fae. You're thinking Thrain, no, very religious, very much about the silver flame. They're not going to be of much help. The dwarves are fractured themselves in a confederacy of dwarven clans. They're not going to be, they can barely get themselves together, much less be of much help. Iron Dare fighting on either sides. The countries themselves, but maybe Valinar. The country of Valinar are expected to be here with that 3, but with that 3, you know that Valinar is also they have a high king that is a warrior, but it is a very loose term. They Valinar is made up of 26 war clans and it is mostly an elven nation. And you think that 12 of those war clan leaders are going to be here. They're not here to be anything a part of the Thronehold Accords. They do not care about the treaty. They are here for a fight. They want to be directed to fight things. That is their entire culture. That is their entire nation. So they want the smoke. That is their like national motto is we want the smoke. And we'll seriously square up with anything that attempts to do so.
Then that will be where I'm headed.
Okay. We see Barley split off and start going towards an enclave, or at least attempting to be pointed in that direction. We're gonna pan our camera over quickly to Gandalin and Ania as you're sort of walking out in towards the royal gardens. It is kind of cold outside, so you're in your furs and what have you, but
Hell yeah.
the gardens themselves magically protected by the Crown Home mages. It's warm in here and all of the plants are full and lively as you're sort of walking through here.
So, what can I do for you?
Aside from your company, I guess, help me shake off this terrible carriage sickness that I have. And I sort of laugh and go, mostly, I could tell that you were tired. And thought you could use a walk.
What color are her eyes?
What color are Ania's eyes?
They're like gray-blue.
Okay, they're not green. Good.
Give me a quick wits check, Ania.
Sure.
Ania.
Oh, Ania? Ania, okay.
Give me a quick wits check, Ania.
Ooh, buddy. These are one of my lower dice. Oh, but that's a 6 still. Oh, it explodes. 8.
8. You're getting the sense that Gandalin may have that the king has maybe gone through a recent breakup.
Oof. That's a description for it.
In light of that information, I, being the apt people person, she redirects the conversation and sort of leans in conspiratorially and goes, first, What shall I call you?
I am perfectly happy to dispense with the formalities. Just call me Gandalin. It's fine.
Gandalin. Very well. Well, Gandalin, I just returned from Ator, and I had heard just inspiring stories from the people about a speech, a grand speech that inspired the entire country or the entire city as I was providing food and aid to those affected by the event. Is it true?
That depends on what exactly you heard, I suppose.
That you were very inspiring. That the guards and the soldiers and the people were losing hope. And then you stood and spoke and inspired our people to continue pressing on.
I suspect that's a bit of an exaggeration. I think I just reminded them to be mad.
If you say so.
Our people are plenty stubborn all on their own.
That is true.
Shrugs. But truly, outside of, I suppose, trying to do me a kindness, I'm sure you and your family aren't here for nothing.
Of course not. And I think Ania moves her hand from the crook of his arm down to grab his hand, and just kind of I don't know, when you're looking at some another person's hand, and you notice, Gandalin, that her skin isn't soft like a highborn lady. It's has calluses. You notice that she's tanned in kind of funny ways, if you've been out on a horse, or farmer's tanned kind of situation. And she goes,
the contact probably very short.
Right.
very, very quickly, but that's quite all right.
Apologies. My parents are here to talk business, but I'm here to talk about our country. It is broken and hurt. And I have two loyalties, Gandalin, to our country and our people. And I have a lot of money to take care of those two things.
He's just looking at her, waiting for her to continue that thought.
I do believe my parents are having a conversation with your council about arrangements. And I can tell that you are not a political man, but that you are a practical man. And I'm hoping that practicality wins out. They are going to propose a joining of our houses. And she says that with a deep sigh.
And I think when we say this, when we see Gandalin's face looking at Ania in this revelation, our camera pans once more to the office of High Chancellor Marius, where Micaiah and Lavra Kaisel stand in front of you now, or sitting in front of you at this point. Micaiah is probably speaking at you, but you and Lavra are just sort of looking at each other, waiting for the real business to start.
it is very much the case of he's giving you the rundown. We do not mind opening up our paychecks or our gold coin purses to the crown, but of course we would like to solidify our own interest inside of here. Is very like giving you very little insight, but is just very very surface level with him. He's quite an oblivious guy. But when he's speaking to, so we would like your help in speaking to the king and making sure that he knows that it isn't in his best interest to take Ania's hand in marriage. But should the king do so, the crown will have all it needs as far as coin goes.
I look over to the lady. Look back. You wish for me to persuade the king to take your daughter's hand, and you will pay the crown for the privilege.
Indeed. To, of course, help with the rebuilding of Atur and all of the other war efforts. Rebuilding our armies are surely in a sorry state.
I can definitely see the what's the word?
Micaiah is clearly talking about things that Marius probably doesn't care all that much about. So I don't think it's far-fetched to say that Marius is a bit of loss for words. Lavra does step in and say, "Sweetheart, would you adjourn us for a moment? Could you just grab me a glass of water for a few moments?"
You go make out in the cupboard.
Micaiah pats her hand, gets up, clearly missing that anything else is going on here. The door shuts. Lavra stares at you.
Yeah.
It was brought to my attention on the way over here that the king has a possible heir. Is it true?
Yeah. Very true. She is in fact in this building right now.
She is.
Locked away, but treated fairly.
No doubt you can see how this gets in the way of our plans.
I have not yet decided how to handle this matter other than to keep it quiet. But it is out of my hands as the king is not very good at subtlety.
I think keeping it quiet is our best course of action. Quiet as the grave. And that's where we're going to go on break.
What? Us? What the fuck?
So, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for playing with me. We're going to get started with a quick bio break. Don't go anywhere. Drop a follow if you haven't yet. Yeah, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Much love. And hello, my camera's here. I keep forgetting. I always look over here for Eberron. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. We are back. We're going to get back into this conclave of crowns set in our across Eberron universe. If you missed the first half with us, our emissaries, ambassadors, ladies, lords, and kings are here in Korth, the capital of Karnath. They're here to honor the Treaty of Thronehold, to have a meeting with the King of Karnath about some sort of invasion that is going to be happening that is going to affect the entire world. But there are other stories afoot here in Crownholm, the castle and palace of King Gandalin Irwine Narn. On his way into the city, he was informed and met a previous relationship of his.
It's a very strong word. Encounter.
Yeah. a loving encounter has reared its head once more, and this woman, nearly your age, named Autumn, has showed you that she is pregnant and claims that it is your child, saying that she's been turned away from the School of Arcanics and that you need to fix it, being the person that you are, which is assumingly or seemingly the father of this child, but also the king of Karnath. Our Lady Kaisel here has been directed by her mother that she is to get the king's hand in marriage, to solidify their presence in Corthan Estate, to solidify their presence near the throne itself. Our ambassador Barley has now met with the king, told them the Eldine reaches, as well as slipped in that the Fae, that the plane of Thelanis, the Fae Wilds, will also need their help, as Zoria has reared its ugly face there. Getting at least words that he would speak on behalf of the Eldine Reaches, though he could not guarantee anything from the king. She then sought out folks from Valinar, who are known for just simply liking to fight. That is their culture. They are also a culture that reveres strongly their ancestors, and their ancestors are warriors. They are warriors, and they continue that tradition. And we left off with our High Chancellor, our Royal Chancellor Marius, in his office with the Kaisel family, specifically Lavra Kaisel, Ania's mother. As she looked at you, saying that it had been brought to her ear that the king has an heir at this point, and that you need to handle that situation. And the implication being a certain finality to the solution that you choose. So that's where we are gonna pan our camera once more back out to the hallways, the corridors, and the royal garden of Crown Home. Back on to Lady Kaisel and King Gandalin for a moment. And it's back on y'all.
Soaking in that information. Huh.
I can see that
It's a lot.
it leave me. It is. Would not be my choice either. But as I said before, there are two things that I am loyal to. That is our country and our people. And if making an arrangement with you means ensuring that children are fed, buildings are rebuilt, commerce is happening again in the far reaches, then I will be loyal to you as well.
Huh. DM, would I have any idea of whether her family's wealth all on their own could actually make that happen?
Give me a wits check.
It's okay. I was like, I'm ready to roll this D4 as much as I don't want to do it. 12.
12. What you know of the Kaisel family is that their money runs deep. Their pockets go deep. They are old money here in Karnath. And as of recently, and I say recently, like within the past 5 years or so, they've gotten even wealthier. I think the crown is probably in debt to this family already, most likely. in some scenarios, but yeah, you think that the Kaisel pockets could absolutely fund the movements that you need. The things that you're trying to do, regardless of end of world or anything happening, it's going to require gold.
Yeah.
Which this family has.
Right. Okay. How long ago did you say they started getting even wealthier?
About 5 years ago or so.
About 5 years ago?
With a 13.
Okay. How long had Caius been in power?
Caius was put into power. Royal dogs barking in the background. The royal hounds are being let back in from their midday run. And give me just a second, actually.
I don't think it's been within only 5 years. I thought he had been in power longer than that, but
yeah, no, wrong. This was longer than 5 years ago. Nearly, I don't know. I'm trying to find the exact date, but I think it was around. It was around 20-something years ago. 20 years
20
ago.
something, because he was like in his like 40s, right? In his like mid 40s.
He was your father's age.
Yeah. Oh, so in his like 50s. I guess depending on what snapshot you grab it, but okay. Oh geez, oh gosh. Just, and the only way that your family is willing to assist their country is if this happens.
I had been assisting our country until I was retrieved back to our fine capital here by my mother. So my guess is she is dotting the I's and crossing the T's to ensure that this happens. Now, you can say no, and I will do my very best to continue doing the aid that I have been conducting. But my mother is very persuasive.
Is your family even really sure they want to be connected that bad? Because I will quite possibly go down as one of the most reviled kings in our history.
Which is why I'm standing here, to let you know that I believe that you are the king that we need to protect our country and, frankly, the world. I have heard the stories, the end of the world, of monstrous things that could devour entire cities. And I think that I have something that you do not, which is the ability to get through this godforsaken castle with some sort of dignity. And also, are you going to tell me that this is your first dream, being king? I have heard of the stories of someone fitting your description in a group called the Reavers.
Does that ring any bells? Wait, have I heard that particular rumor?
Yeah. Gandalf Wren. KR113. Your group was known as the Carnathi Reavers after what happened in Kyrie.
Actually.
This is me bringing up a rumor.
Right.
So I don't know.
One on the composure. So I'm just gonna keep rolling really shit.
Do I need to roll? What do I need to roll to see?
I guess that would be wits if you somehow don't whiff.
That is a 3.
Yeah, no. Clear, like, poorly concealed agitation.
I frankly do not care. Whatever you had to do, you had to do. But I believe that I might be of assistance to help you navigate through some of the more stickiness of this position.
Oh, fuck.
And I take 2 steps back and go, Gandalwin, it does not have to be anything more than just conversations. I do not expect to love out of this. Companionship, maybe, eventually, if we don't die in some sort of cataclysm. But let me help you take care of our people.
Look, this is not a matter of protection, it is a matter of survival. Our people are not going to be safe. Nobody's will be. And if I cannot get the gathered leadership to listen, it will be only our people.
I hear you. I got you to walk and talk with me by yourself, did I not? Let me walk and talk. Let me do what I know how to do. And I can get people on your side.
It remains to be seen. I assume your parents didn't think this would happen overnight.
I do not believe so. But I wanted to bring this to your attention rather than it be made known and circulated, which I'm sure is already happening to some degree or another. But also I wanted to let you know that this is something that I am aware of as well. That this is not me being forced to doing something. I kind of laugh to myself. I don't know if Gandalwin has paid attention to any of the rumors about me in the castle, but
I have no idea if I've even heard them.
Give me just a wits check real quick.
3.
3.
I have a D20 and I've consistently rolled below 10.
With the 3, you're not sure of the specifics of anything, but you did hear something about a Kaisel girl being sent away a few years ago about some sort of altercation that happened. But other than that, you're not exactly sure.
Slight eyebrow raise and nothing more.
As you two are having this conversation, Ania, you in your peripheral see your mother and father just standing there. And as they do say, Ania, darling, we're leaving. My liege, and she bows to you. It's wonderful to see you. Glad to have you back in court.
Just. I'm sure.
I will take my leave from you then, Gandalwin. And curtsy.
Nod.
And turn to my mother and walk as, like, pretty stiffly. Just shaking my head to myself, not to anybody else, but like internally.
Internal head shaking.
Shit.
Our crafty politicians, is a stronger word for some than others, but crafty politicians go amongst the corridors and hallways of the castle. We are going to kind of do a bit of time skipping here. There's a lot to be done. But ultimately, a lot of this is going to be bending your ears about causes that they think if they can get you behind them, and when I say them, I mean delegates from other countries, from dragon marked houses are going to be talking to you guys. Going to be talking to all of you. As a matter of fact, they know that money is going to play a power. They know that
Marius can make things happen, that you may be some of these countries' contacts, and they know that there is power with the position of the king. They're also going to be talking about to you and your convoy, Barley, about possible alliances with the Eldeen Reaches after the Accords. So you'll have your ear bent about that. However, that is very all above board and very plain and dry. If there are certain things you want to make happen with that, feel free to do, but I would like to talk about what you're doing, maybe not in the meeting rooms, and instead in dark and dusty corridors, and throughout the castle, having these conversations away from prying ears. And for the next couple of days, what are your goals and what are you doing? I'm going to turn it on to our players here.
Like the elephant in the room is
Hi, gang. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be sending some letters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I've got to instruct somebody to instruct somebody to instruct somebody else to do some things at a very convenient time that is nowhere near the castle. I'm going to organize some form of better accommodation for said lady, who's going to be taken somewhere very nice, treated very well, a proper royal carriage and such, with a big flag on it saying, "Look, it's a royal carriage." And somewhere in the mix of the transition between this place and this place, something unfortunate might have to happen.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're attempting a roadside accident, if you were, for this carriage. I think this is where your connection is going to come into play here.
Yes, that would be who I would be informing.
Yeah.
The letter will read, "Dear so-and-so, do the thing that I need you to do very carefully, and don't sign anything. Burn this note. Self-destruct after 5 seconds." That sort of thing.
Got you. You send that letter out. There are couriers and runners, personal runners to you that you know that are going to be running this out. And hours later, maybe that same night, you get a message back from them saying that it will take them some time to coordinate this sort of thing, but it should be able to be done within a week's time.
I can accept that. I'm in no rush to have this on my hands, but yeah. So I will make all the arrangements needed, but I will do it through a mediary. So I'm not actually like, oh, I didn't give the money to the house that they were meant to be staying at. I didn't pay for the carriage, that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Very.
very, your gold goes into someone else's hands, who goes into someone else's hands and cleaned. Go ahead and just so I know how that goes, let's do a let's do a manipulation check for that and see how that goes.
5 again. Apparently I can't roll above a 10 either.
Right.
Nice.
Very well.
Better planning.
He reaches back out to you. The Lord Roman Popovich reaches back out to you, saying, and all in very coded language, yes, the carriage will be met with lots of flowers. We'll ensure that that they don't know the flowers are coming from you, and it'll be a very kind gesture. Thank you, my lord. Hook, line, and sinker. This is the favor that you're calling in on from Lord Popovich.
And I assume with his background and his expertise that he knows how to make things look subtly and whoops-a-daisily.
He, you would know that he wouldn't personally know these things, but he knows the people to get them done via his relationships and what he does in the city.
Love it.
Okay.
So that's going to be happening in a week's time. That's going to be after the Accords happen. So she's going to need to be kept safe, so she can not be safe later, or anything else that happens. But 5 to 7 days time, that can absolutely be arranged. Anything else from folks around here? What movement is happening with you?
I would love to go to my father and go and ask him for a sizable allowance. And I start to have people over for tea, specifically the wives of kings, or just like I'm buying people's attention, and then in the hopes of swaying them towards agreeing with the king for the Accords.
Okay, and just getting them all on the side of probably. I would think the main thing is we want you to fight for the plane of madness and not demand too much because of it. As I assume your kind of goal here. Exactly,
and I'm gonna basically, this is me leveraging my name and my money and going, like, I'm sure that I can't think of someone off the top of my head, but like, maybe it's one of the dragon marked houses that comes in, and I say like, well, I do know that you love that particular, brew from this part of Karnath. It would be such a shame if those people couldn't continue to brew that, because we were unable to upkeep things, and that's really on my family. Just like really, like A plus B equals C. If B's not there, then how can C happen? Just be like very logical, and just, but also like, I'm a young woman and just like very unoffensive. Like lots, again, this is a tea party, so we're just like, everything is fine.
Right.
Wouldn't you like to continue having the nice things that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably Ania thinks that a large chunk of, especially being that you are loyal to the people of Karnath, you think that sparing those folks is in this coming war is probably at the forefront of your mind, and or you think at the very least, that there is one house that has absolutely gone to the measure of sparing people by making automatons. Warforged. House Decaneth made Warforged during the war, and they do have a representative here in Korth, one Zorlin Decaneth. Not of Karnath, very greasy kind of guy, and not very well liked. Probably not a pleasant conversation to be had here, but if you do know that, God damn it, I hate this is why I hate having Skype chat open. So probably not a pleasant conversation to come, but you know that you could spare, if you were to give him the resources that he needs, monetary resources that he needs, that he could potentially make a creation forge here in Korth. I would also say, Ania, give me a quick just intelligence check. We'll call it DC 3.
Okay. That is a 3 on the dot.
With a 3 on the dot, Ania knows that making Warforged is banned by the Treaty of Thronehold. That the creation of those automaton were banned after that treaty was signed and peace ensued. That part of that deal was that Warforged are no longer made.
Do I know why Warforged are no longer made?
Because
or like, is there?
Go ahead.
No, it's like, is there? Kylie knows some of the fiddly bits, but like, does Ania know, like,
I'm gonna say
the specific fiddly bits?
With a 3, you know that Warforged were stopped being made because that was their sole purpose, is to wage war, and it would not be a good sign of faith for House Cannith to continue doing that, especially when their house was wiped out during the morning. Their patriarch of their houses. These are cousins and nieces and nephews that are in charge of House Cannith right now, which you have in one in Korth named Zorlin.
Right. But we are about to step into war. Yep. And Ania lived through the end of the war. I think she offers a substantial sum that if the treaty is revoked due to the fact that the war is there is a war coming, that her family will provide resources to restart the shops again, or his workshops. Yes.
You get a very big eyebrow from Zorlin to Cannith and a smile that stretches for miles as his hands get on top of the table. You're telling me that you will fund a creation forge here in Korth completely? There is no need for a cat to get your tongue now, my lady.
If, during the meeting, conversations have been had about revoking things that are currently in place, my family has resources that people cannot imagine.
I assure you, I can imagine them. I would like to say I have heard it of our dear new leader is not quite the fan of our automatons.
I can't say that I am quite a fan either.
Yet here you are. Does the king know that you're making this request?
I mean, good sir, I know that the king knows that everybody is having conversations throughout this castle, begging and scraping and trying to figure out a way to have their own advantages made certain and solid, written to the Accords.
Yes, but does the king know that you are making this request?
Why would it matter to the king that I am making this request?
No reason. Simply curious.
No, please. We are having such a lovely conversation. Please be honest and open with me and tell me why you believe that the king would care about little old me.
I have no reasons to believe such things. However, I would like an amount. If we were to go into this and the king does sign off on your request, that a creation forge is to be made here in Korth once more, to be making automatons again, are warforged. I think there also needs to be discussions on who these warforged are loyal to. House Cannith, clearly.
Good sir, I will tell you what everybody knows about the Kaisel family. We are loyal to Karnath, and everything we do is in the service of Karnath.
Very well. Warforged loyal to Karnath will be hard to sell to the rest of the world, considering the plight of the undead that we sent on to everyone else. Didn't make for good relationships after the fact.
Well, everything's fucked anyways. If Zoriat does actually come and destroy the world. So, good sir, if you need an amount, you must tell me. I am, again, a simple young woman who does aid work in the country. So I do not know what it would cost. But again, I have a father who is very generous and does what his little bird likes.
Let us arrange a meeting with this father. And it seems you would have a deal with Zorlinda Caniff. As long as it is approved at the Accords for House DeCanith to continue making Warforged, and that House Kaisel will fund the Creation Forge here in Korth, Zorlin will do so.
Yeah. Oof, buddy.
So, going around. Our King Barley, Ambassador Barley, anything?
You want to go first? You want me to go first?
I'll go first. Barley would continue trying to get kind of the temperature of the water towards countries coming to the Feywild's help after the Zoriat threat is dealt with in this plane, because and mainly the point that she's going to make is just, if we don't kill them in every place that we can, they will come back, and this will be a problem again. And so if you leave them in the Feywilds for the Fey to deal with, then there's a chance that they may, even a few of them may be left. We need to wipe them out, stem and root.
Gotcha. And we discussed that you were approaching the Valinor War Clan captains first for this.
Yes.
They are adorned in these all very practical and all very, very used pieces of armor. A lot of leathers and light armor. They seem to be a lot of not a lot of like brute force, but very very nimbly and dexterous type of fighting. You see on a lot of their backs, they carry like double-sided blades on their backs as they walk around. You're talking to a couple of these chieftains after requesting an audience, or I'm sorry, these captains after you requested an audience with them. And I'd like you to give me, let's just do a charisma check here, because I don't think you're attempting to manipulate anybody here.
Ooh, that's natural 20.
Oh, it explodes.
And 38.
38.
Let's go! Let's go!
Ducky dice.
38. Holy, you request this meeting. You are, I think there is the desperation is clearly coming through in Barley's voice, as the king has said all he's given her his words so far. So you are attempting out here to help your realm where you can. So you get here and you get a hard look from one of these captains. You see a tall elven woman, sort of short hair on the sides, going up into this like faux hawk sort of situation, looks at you. Very clearly battle has been a part of several battles. And when you mention the ability to go across planar boundaries and fight madness, you see a look of excitement in her eyes that probably hasn't been there for years. We get to do what?
Get to go to the Feywilds and defeat the threat that is threatening this realm as well.
We're at in the Feywild. Is it grasslands very easy to live in?
In parts.
Yeah.
But specifically, place you would probably be would be tundras, mostly.
Tundras. Difficult to survive. Only the strongest will make it.
Yes.
Excellent. Take me now. Where is this Feywild?
Well, travel would have to be arranged. I cannot myself take
We have
you
the
there.
best horses in Valinor.
Well, she'll take out the pocket mirror that she's got, try to get in contact with her patron.
Smoke. And the Lady of Moon and Mirrors stands in the mirror.
My lady, I have some allies that are willing and eager to join you in the Feywilds against our common enemy. This very moment, in fact.
They would abandon their realm so readily.
Looks up at them. I believe they would, to fight a threat that is endangering both our realms. They seem quite eager for that fight.
Are their troops ready to go for me to open a portal to our lands, or will they need to assemble?
Looks at the captain. How long will you need?
Looks at the other 11 captains that are at this table with you, looking around. If we ride now, we need to speak to the High King. Someone needs to represent Valinor here at the Accords themselves, as fighting is still to be done here on the material realm, which we do not want to completely abandon, but I cannot say no to fighting in the wilds. So, give me a week. After the
week you shall-
Accords, tell me where I'm supposed to go. Where us and our fighters. Where do we go to the wilds?
Just kind of not like exactly turning the mirror to her, but just so the archfey can hear. My assumption would be once you have that week that you would be able to travel from here, possibly outside of the gates, just to be safe.
We cannot march our armies all the way north here in the Korth. We would cause a war, though we do readily skirmish with them at the borders anyways. For fun.
Then we could go to the Elven Reaches. I mean, that was my intent to return there after.
You
these
see
Accords.
the Lady of Moon and Mirrors speaks up and says, "My dear, give them this," and raises her hands up, and you just see a mote of light float from the very mirror itself, sort of landing soft and cold in your hands. It just looks like a floating bluish white light, sort of swirling energies. When they are ready, place this into a mirror, and it will be open for as long as they will it to be. A portal to the wilds to march their men and women.
Perfect. I'll send those instructions over, as well as the moat.
Gotcha. Just takes the moat from you. Grasp it, gives you a smile again. We shall be there. The arms on armor. In a fight to go down in history. She pockets it away. 6 of you with me, we ride back. Now, let's fucking go! As she gets up and leaves the table. 38.
Which of these guys are W key incarnate?
6 of these captains are staying behind to be a part of the Accords and represent the rest of the war clans of Valinor. 6 ride on steeds back to Valinor immediately. So, is there anything else? Jeez. All right.
Out from Barley.
Okay. Barley's got fighters on the way. In a week's time, fighters will reign in from at least 6 of the war clan captains of Valinor. There's 20 there's 24, 26 in total. So whoever they can also end up telling these stories to and inspiring to take, you may have quite an army in the wilds here within a week.
Warmongering elves pulling up.
Correct.
Might be a problem for the future, but
Yes, it absolutely will be. They will probably claim land in the Feywilds.
This is our house now.
Correct.
it's better they claim some land.
Just to give some
than
context, the
everything
Valinor
else.
elves do readily clash with the Karnathi forces on the southern border, and they literally do it for sport.
Yeah. Valinor's cool.
Gandalf probably would have seen it happen, play out like in real time as you were down at like Fort Zombie on the Valinor border, and they would just come out and fight undead for fun and go back. They'll set up camps further and further until they get pushed back, but that is something that they do.
Metal as fuck.
So we continue on to our King Gainwin if there's anything that you're looking to get moving.
Oh boy. Okay. So I am also going to be calling in my contact.
Yeah.
I am going to be asking Major Yuri to keep an eye on what is going on in the household of Kaisel for the foreseeable future, and to let me know what is happening, because I told her that I told Ania that it is as far as I'm aware that she hasn't been able to do anything to help me yet, and I want Major Yuri to tell me whether actually anything is happening coming from the household of Kaisel. That will be helpful.
Okay, so you want him with an ear out just to see when you say what's going on in the house,
like what they are doing, like clearly, because I say plain, it's like they got to show that they're actually going to be able to be helpful before I agree to anything, and I want to know what they're doing and if it's helpful to us.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a Major Yuri has a D20 for his wits, so
Sick.
we are going to roll that and we'll see.
It's nasty.
DC, we'll make it a DC 7, since this is like private family business for general information. If he beats a 12 or higher, you'll get a little bit more.
Fantastic.
That is a 12 on the dice itself.
A dub.
Major Yuri, couple of I don't know, just like literal hours. This is his profession. It is what he does. Reports back to you that in the Kaisel household, there is he's got a contact in there, a gnomish house handmaiden that he speaks to, and he says, "Gertie tells me that there's a lot of movement in House Kaisel right now in solidifying their presence amongst the crown. With you being so new, they're attempting to go ahead and, well, I think it's already been told to you at this point that they look to wed their daughter to you.
Yes.
What they may not be telling you is that she may not be acting of her own accord. Her mother is very strong-handed. She may be able to be controlled by her mother, that I don't know. Lavra Kaisel is strong-willed.
We'll have to keep that in mind.
I think it is also important to note, Your Grace, that Our Lady Kaisel has gone and sought the audience of one Zorlan de Caneth. I don't have specifics on the meeting.
Having House Caneth on our side and willing to put forth their inventions and whatnot would be good, useful.
All of their inventions, Your Grace.
What do you mean?
I think there's a very real look between Major Yuri and Gandalf at the moment. And that what is unsaid is very clearly communicated.
No. That would not. There's no way we would. No.
With all due respect, Your Grace, I think yes. You want to protect Carnethi lives. The problem is, I think, Zorland Kenneth himself. And whatever is coded into these Warforged may end up being a problem later on. But every tool that is needed, right? Perhaps it is best we set our personal experiences to the side.
Consequences after. Gotta make it from the matter. So. I'll speak to Otto when he returns.
Oh, go ahead.
As I just said, I'll speak to Otto when he returns. We need somebody who knows how they work.
Very well. Is there anything else I can be of assistance of, Your Grace?
Just keep an eye on House Kaisel. You said the mother is strong-willed. Keep an eye on her specifically.
Eyes on Lavra Kaisel. Very well.
Yes. Make sure her priorities don't misalign.
Of course, Your Grace. And is there anything else there? For this specific instance?
No. With that interaction with Yuri, you said we get one, right? And that's where I want Yuri looking.
Okay, you want him
with
looking at.
Yeah, I want like if they are going to be quite possibly their pockets are that deep. I want to make sure that A, we're going to actually get their support, and B, that they have ulterior motives. That the ulterior motives that they possess aren't going to be inherently like damaging.
Sure. Yeah, I think
what we're doing.
I think that with no roles needed here, that Yuri will also report back to you that money is already flowing from House Kaisel. These are nowhere near the amounts that they are able to, but I think you'll probably get visits from House Kaisel or runners and couriers saying that, hey, the border wall on the northwestern side of the country where we didn't have funds is now funded. And is now going up. The reconstruction efforts in Reckonmark that were going undone because of the major destruction Ater, Reckonmark's now being taken care of, at least in some capacity. That things are moving. And since he is looking at House Kaisel, and specifically Lavra Kaisel, Marius, I need you to please roll me. You know what? I will leave it in a role of your choice. You tell me, with this arrangement with Lavra Kaisel, you've made the arrangements. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me how you communicate this to Lavra Kaisel, that it's going to be handled and how it's going to be handled. And then I want you to roll for like subtlety on that conversation. I'll let you choose what you want to, as far as the roll goes. Crowley has a D20. Major Yuri Eisenhower has a D20 in wits.
We all know who it is. Okay, we all know it's a simulacrum of.
See, what I would, because like I'm saying, I want to clean hands from everything.
Mm-hmm.
There wouldn't be. Now, I know that seems a bit meta, but...
Sorry, say that one more time. My music flared up in my ears. What'd you say?
It did get mad.
I said that, so given the fact that she told me deal with the situation,
mm-hmm.
I organized the situation to be dealt with, I don't think there would need to be a communication back to confirm said thing. If there has to be,
mm-hmm.
Then it probably would be... a message passed down a pipeline without names or anything. Literally a message just saying that business was handled correctly.
Okay. All right.
Flower delivery arranged.
Get shotgun out. Whoa.
Oh.
It's a normal bouquet of flowers, but a full-size shotgun comes out.
That's a fucking banger of an idea.
It's a bouquet of shotgun holding. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and roll my d20 for Yuri's wits here. Okay. I'm not gonna tell you what your DC is. Go ahead and roll.
I would like it to be known that we have a lot of business arrangements anyway. It wouldn't be that far-fetched to have us sending a message saying business was taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can keep BSing my way through this. What do you want me to roll?
You do a roll of your chance. I assume you're gonna do manipulation here. For your
That
D20.
would be my favorite skill, yes.
Yeah.
Sweet. I will roll this and see what happens. Oh. I'm taking the die roll.
That's one of my rolls. Just out the tray.
12.
12 is
Yes.
very good. Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary is reported.
I said I just want him to keep an eye on her just in case for now. So
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine.
What Yuri would pass back is that Lavra seems to be distracted, even from, that, he's already reported that she's very puppeteering. She is the main voice behind House Kaisel. Her husband himself is just a pawn for her, pretty much. You're not sure how deep the marionette strings go as for Ania or anything like that.
Right.
But with she seems, and when I say she, I mean Lavra, seems distracted, I think, is the information that gets back to you from what would seem to be her main goal of getting Ania's hand into yours. That's it.
I like all that's going on right now. I can't afford to spend that much time on who knows what's going on. If there's no direct threat to what we're doing, I can't spend time on it.
Okay. Very well.
Yeah. Other than that, the only next 3 days is just whirlwind of meeting people, trying to observe the formalities, bringing my trusty chancellor with me to said meetings. Crowley's doing, Major Yuri is doing spy shit and also is a major in the military, so doesn't exactly have the political pedigree that I require at these meetings. I need some kind of backup that they'll respect when they meet me for the first time and stuff like that.
Okay. Awesome. In that case, are there any folks that you're going for specifically in these meetings that you're bringing the chancellor with? Are there folks, either countries or dragon-marked houses, that are higher on your priority list?
I'm going to prioritize those that have their leaders here.
Okay. Over the next day, everyone that I have said that is on their way is now here. So those of you that are in the castle, which, I think at this point Ania is probably located fairly closely, so you're here. Barley, you are being also kept in a royal apartment here, so you see these people flowing in as well. And like I said, Irondair, Breland, Thrain, the Roar Holds, Eldine Reaches, Valinar, all here at this point. No other of the nations are being represented here. And then also the dragon marked houses with Orion, Lyriandar, Cannith, Civis, and Kundarik are here as well.
Oh boy. So I guess basically greeted in order of arrival. As I would meet them as soon as I could once they actually got there, just to, like I said, trying to get off on the right foot.
Yeah, I think.
Hey.
Give me a charisma check to see how we do here.
All right.
To see if they go to seek out anyone but. 2. What's your charisma die?
A D8.
A D8. Okay. So can I get Marius, since he's right there? Can I get Marius to please roll a charisma? Charisma check.
Salvage the fumble. Salvage the fumble.
I don't know about that, Chief.
Oh my God. 3 4s in a row. Let's go. It explodes. Another one.
Explodes.
Keep it moving.
4.
4.
Does it go again?
It explodes again.
I knew it.
What?
That's fine. That's so much better. That's so much
9,
better than a
isn't
2.
With a 9, that's 9
yeah.
is very good.
So good for a D4. Shit.
Marius, I think you see your king fumbling a bit with the introduction to Queen Arala, which is the Queen of Ayundare. You've had interactions with her and her, or at least her, or sort of her surrounding folks before, maybe not her directly. You would have dealt with one Lord Darrow Irlane, second warlord of the realm and commander of the Knights Arcane. You also know, just as a side note, nothing that's of much importance, but this is also the country which Arcanix, the school, is in. It's in Ayundare. But you see Gainwin in an attempt, Gainwin, if you would like to narrate how this goes when you try to introduce it, and then Marius, you sort of pick back up or try to pick up the pieces.
Oh, I'm sure it's just in a like, greetings, your great, just like over that, like, wait, this is supposed to be a peer-to-peer conversation, and just be like,
you go to bow in your grace, and there's a lot of confused looks around when you do this. What does Marius do to sort of save this situation?
The gentle sort of lift as he's bowing, like, no, we don't do that.
Hey,
my lord, welcome, your majesty, to the castle. We hope your trip was a delightful one. We greet you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I will give a very deep bow.
Yes, there you go.
Gator was just at this point just being a hype man for Marius.
That's like I was setting a good example,
He just muttered to himself, being in denial.
Yep.
I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
We will find you accommodation and some refreshments momentarily.
Yes,
but if there's
refinements. Refreshments, this is all fine. Queen Orala says, please, let us have a seat at the table so we can speak on business, yes?
Yes,
Wonderful.
your majesty. I will snap my fingers and get people to arrange the...
Ooh, I do have you said that this is the Queen of Ayundare.
Correct.
Does she appear to have done as requested and brought some, like, heavy-duty magical advisors?
Yeah, well, one, you see Lord Darrow Orlane, who's right beside her as the commander of the Knights Arcane. You see Darrow Orlane is in pristine, like, silver shining armor with, like, different engravings and, like, embossments in the armor itself. You also see that even though it is, like, almost designed in full plate, the sides are sort of open to allow ease of movement. He also wears Jesus, like almost
cloak?
like a cloak around his back, and the sword that he carries on his hip, the blade is not metal but instead crystal.
Cool. That's neat.
You know,
Any nerds?
any nerds with glasses and
Scholars?
there are mages amongst them, amongst her cohort. Yes. I will also say that Barley, you are summoned to this meeting not by the king himself, but by the Queen Arala and Ayundare. That the presence of the representatives for the Eldeen Reaches
Fuck's sake.
are requested to be present here. So you see Barley enter once more with her cohort as well as sitting at this table. Queen Arala starts this conversation off. I think it is very apparent that what we're going to be requesting at this point, and it is going to be the city of Thelios, which was lost to Ayundare, to Thrain, in the Treaty of Thronehold. I think that the Eldeen Reaches will agree with this, in the sense that that Thrain took many things from them. However, should we get Thelios back, we will honor and recognize the Eldeen Reaches as a sovereign nation. But we wish Thelios to be returned from Thrain into Ayundare.
God damn it. What? I keep asking things that I know are going to require a fucking, like, an intelligence roll. What do I know of the history of the shit with Thelios?
Sure. Everybody present here can give me an intelligence check.
Yay.
Three's very good.
Pretty good for me.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got a 5.
Nice.
5.
I got an 8.
8
plus 4.
Oh, because it exploded.
Yeah, so
There you go.
12.
12.
Yeah.
Very well read. Barley is, especially about the last war and the maneuvers. I will also say that with a 3, you know that
It exists.
in the Accords. Well, you know that in the Accords, Thelios, as a matter of placation, was given to Thrain. It is, but that's about all you know. With a 5, I'm gonna say, Marius, you know that Thelios, a capital of Iondare, like that was Thrain's sort of location. It is off on its own and sort of in Thrain's territory, sort of like Iondare's oddly shaped, so it kind of goes up, and that's where Thelios was, but it was lost to Thrain. So you also know that they are often in open rebellion against the Thrainish forces that are there. That there are active rebellions that happen because the people themselves still consider themselves very much Iondaran. Barley, I'm trying to make sense of you not being from here and also rolling a 12, but I think just being very well in tune with what's happening in this war, since you've been sort of conversating with the higher ups in the Eldine Reaches, that in Thelios with a 12, that if Thrain loses that territory, and a lot of the reason that they kept it is because Thrain is suffering monetarily. It is a theocracy, and it doesn't have a lot of the farmable lands that it does have. It's just outclassed hand and foot by Iondare, so it doesn't have a lot of exports, and so monetarily Thrain is suffering. Thelios is a massive port city, and it is funneling gold into Thrain, and that is why they are keeping it, so they don't go belly up, essentially.
And is, I forget the name of the country, not Iondare.
Thrain.
Thrain. Is Thrain here at the Accords?
Thrain is represented at the Accords. They're not here at this table at this very moment. This is Queen Orala's getting right down to business and saying, I'm bringing the people that have beef with us to the table, saying that we'll recognize your sovereignty if we get our capital back.
Okay. And following the war here against this impending threat, would you be willing to assist in the Feywild as well? Because if the threat remains in the Feywild and is allowed to fester, it will only return.
I'm very well aware that the Feywild is very close in our planar boundaries, only preceded in closeness by the ethereal plane. However, sending soldiers over when especially our countries are already in ruin from war and we are still suffering, I will go ahead and say this, that we will not be able to do such a thing without our capital back in our possession, a main source of income for Iondare. It is possible that we could help out once, of course, we help out our own realm, but that requires certain sacrifices from others.
I do not see why we would not support you getting your capital back, but it is something that I must discuss with my advisors as well as the Archdruid. If you are unable to, even with our support, would you be willing to send aid in the form of supplies?
If we are even able to supply this oncoming incursion ourselves. As I said, I cannot promise such things, as we do not even have the resources to fight an incursion of this sort. As it stands, should we get our capital back, that enter becomes closer and closer to yes. However, what I can promise you is that As Yaldin reaches borders, will be recognized as they stand. That should be enough for us to get our capital back from Thrain. Do you agree? She points at the king and the high chancellor and says, "Do you agree?"
I think that the approaching threat is going to be met by everyone, with the assistance of everyone, assisting each other.
But of course,
Not each country only bringing what they can muster. So I think who is in possession of what city is irrelevant for the coming conflict.
except what is not. Delios is a main source of income, and
Which is why you will be getting assistance, if income is what you require, from everybody involved.
Who is the everybody? Whose pockets are funding the Iondar government at this point then?
Everyone that agrees, a couple days from now.
I would love to.
That is the purpose of these accords.
I would love to hear this beforehand. In this meeting, in fact, who would be funding the Iondar government if we are not to receive Delios back, our main source of income?
It is probably a conversation that you may wish to have with Thrain if Delios is all you require.
But I am having that conversation with you.
And Delios does not mind to give.
It's not, but I do have your word. To fight on behalf of the Iondar people to return what is rightfully ours in these accords.
I will give no word that Karnath is going to be going to war with anybody who is a native of Corvair.
And I would not ask you to go to war. War is not something that I wish upon.
You asked for me to fight.
Words. Verbal fights. My liege, please. But she doesn't say my liege. Let me fix that. But,
Very good, yes.
let me explain something that I am not sure that you understand. When I say fight on behalf of Iondar, I do mean in the accords where people will be holding their hands out for things that they think they deserve. Delios is ours by right. Before the war, it was ours. Thrain came and stole it from us. So, we simply ask that in these accords, when the treaty is amended, that we have Karnath's backing in receiving Delios from Thrain.
Do I have any idea whether Iondar or Thrain has a heavier, military might? Like, bigger stick to swing?
Give me an intelligence check.
1! No clue!
In the war fighting against them, you know that Iondar brought a lot of mages. They were very magic heavy, and it is very clear that everybody in front of you from Iondar has some sort of magical capabilities that would really rival a lot of what Korth has to offer specifically, with the 12 set aside not being a part of Korth.
What, they don't count? We don't.
No. But you think you're looking at Daro Era Elaine and just sort of sizing him up. You think they bring a lot of magic might. You know Thrain brings a lot of religious holy might, but that's about it.
On a scale of 1 to 20, how strong do I think? I'm gonna kind of give a quick side and raise eyebrow to Marius.
My lord, may I suggest we do back the return of the city, but on the basis that we get a more permanent treaty, much longer lasting and honored with the Queen of Brizzy.
Iondar.
But ultimately it is your decision. However, we are going to probably upset another country. But we do need to muster the strongest of armies, not the every army.
While he's saying this, in your other ear, and when you're having to get very good at listening to two different people at once at a lot of times, because that is the nature of this job.
Great.
But Major Yuri leans down and whispers and says, Malish, would Lady Ania's presence in this conversation, or maybe funding some of Ayunder's endeavors in the war, it may be a half measure, but we would not have to promise Thalios. Not right now, at least.
I will advocate for Ayunder to receive whatever funds it requires. And I will put Karnas backing on that. The conversation of Thalios, and to whom it will belong to once this is all over, I think is a conversation for once this is all over.
Are you saying that to
Yes, to the
Yuri
Queen.
or to Queen Orella?
To the Queen.
Give me a manipulation check.
Fudge muffins.
Yuri hates me.
Oof. 4.
4.
Could be better, could be worse.
It's a success.
Shit.
Um,
Hell yeah. Thank you, nice gods.
Forgive me, but I have heard the word that the crown is in shambles as far as gold goes and coin. I would need some sort of fruitful conversation that you are going to be able to provide such resources.
Do I have any idea when Lady Ania is going to, Lady Ania, do I know when Thrain's representatives are going to arrive?
they are here. You know, Jayla and Lucas are here.
Jayla has arrived.
And High Cardinal Crozen, yes.
I have the backing of a family with deep pockets who has recently decided that they would like to do their part for Garnath in the coming conflict.
Believe me when I want to say that I would like to take your word for that. I would like to hear it from the families themselves.
As I was saying, before the meeting of the Accords, we can arrange for a follow-up.
Wonderful.
She stands up.
When I have that word, then we'll have something more to talk about. So unless there's anything that you would have of us, good day.
Indeed.
Wow.
So
Fucking goddamn politicians. This job is terrible.
I don't doubt it. So what do we think as our camera pans over to Lady Ania once more? You have talked to Zorland Cannith, and you're going to eventually bring this up. What do we think that you are doing in the meantime?
Ania is trying to be as gracious as she can. She knows that there are many people who remember what happened a couple years back, and so trying to assuage the preconceived notions or gossip that was said. But just again, meeting with people, tea, biscuits, I am spending all of my pocket money of like, oh, little one, here you go, like little servant children, just the regular people that I've been spending time with on a regular of like, hello, servant person, do you just want to talk and tell me how things are going in the city? He's like, I don't want to talk about these things to anybody else anymore. I'm so tired. For the love of God.
So you're just looking to sort of exclude yourself from the politics sort of situation and just talk to common folk right now and sort of
it's like
maybe get the word of what's going on. I've
done the high politicking. I need to go back to the roots of because again, the high politicking, she's trying to assuage the fears. Like, people gossip about her. She doesn't like it.
Yep.
But the common folks, she's been around them for the last 2.5 years. Like,
Mhm.
She speaks the same language. Like, I think she changes into like the simplest thing that she was allowed to bring.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of spending time sort of, I wouldn't say below the stairs,
Mhm.
to use that term, but like sort of in between. The like sitting in corridors, and when a servant or a child rolls through, of like, hey, come and sit with me, like, as I have this beverage or whatever. Rest your feet. You've been working too hard. I know it's stressful. Like, just sit with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we get a scene where you are out with the common people out of Crown Home, because you're not going to find common people inside of Crown Home, and the servants that you do find in there are on all hands on deck right now. There is so much fucking royalty in this castle that they are literally working 24/7, so they're trying to keep up with all of the needs. But you
Just slipping coins in pockets as I see them running down the
try
hall.
to helping out people. I think we get a scene with Ania in a spot right outside, not too far outside of Crown Home, but a gathering place of the common folk. A wonderful little restaurant named Boris's Hot Sausages outside, and there's sort of an older gentleman, kind of large, big, square, gruff jaw, 5 o'clock shadow sort of deal. His forehead sort of hanging over, and eyebrows sort of hanging over the rest of his face. Older gentleman, looking pretty grizzled, in common clothes. He has a couple like of Boris's hot sausages just going around ordering, and he says, and as you approach, says, "Now I'll get hers too. There you go.
Thank you.
For being pretty."
It's gotta be worth something, right? And just start to eat.
I suppose as much. What are you here for?
What
Why are
everybody
you
else
alone?
is here for. There's a big party happening.
Party's what they're calling it, huh?
I suppose so.
If I can please get you to roll a witch check for me.
Yeah.
Poison sausages.
We're gonna call it DC 6.
Buddy. I got it. I gotta nail it. I gotta get it, because that's my roll. Fuck me. It's a 5.
Do you have any +2, +1 on it?
No, my +1 is on my resolve, and my +2 is on my manipulation, so it's a
Okay.
5.
No worries. It's showing continuously just sitting there, snacking on the sausage. Nothing different. You're alone. You're here for a party. Who are you with?
My family.
Yeah, me too. Not very good at the conversation thing, are you?
No.
That's unfortunate.
I do want to just as a thing, Ania has packed her like, she's not unarmed.
Mhm.
Like, she's been walking around, or she's been in Karnath for long enough to know that you do not go unarmed.
Yeah.
So I have long sleeves on, and so I think I have like a dagger tucked into my sleeve here, and then I have probably 2 or 3 hidden about my person.
Cool. Give me a composure check.
Yes. Oh, that explodes. 19 minus 1 is an 18.
An 18. Okay. You keep yourself from sort of reaching from that blade that's hidden in your arm. The gentleman in front of you doesn't seem to notice it at all. As you're just making sure it's there, still against your skin. You still feel the steel of your dagger that's there. He seems to be very much just enjoying the sausages at this moment, and not too interested in what's going on there. But he starts like looking at your hands and looking at you, and you're in common clothes, but you're not common folk.
Nails are too nice. Shoes are too nice. Earrings cost too much.
Maybe I just saved up. I like go or like I like wave to someone to like bring a couple of ales.
Mhm.
I provide him an ale. I down mine and go, thank you so much for the company, and proceed to head back to the castle, because these are not the people of Ator that are who I was dealing with.
Okay. You hand him that beer. You down yours. He says, "See you around." Drinks the beer down.
Yeah, I don't need him bringing about the attention that I am highborn lady by myself.
Sure. All right. So that's happening where a day has gone by now. We have a day and then the Accords on the next that is going to be happening. We have one more day with our pithy politicians here. If
Would you
they're-
call me?
Roll an intelligence check to see if you know.
4!
Oh shit.
And another 4.
I'd like to
And a 2.
know
Yeah.
what other movements are going around before the Accords actually happen. So this is going to be pretty much the last day. If you want things to happen on your behalf, this is the last day before the Accords.
So it looks Mr. King person needs to come and chat with me. Wow.
Yeah, I have 2 conversations that I would have wanted to make sure happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to have a meeting with Jayla and Lucas.
Very well. You want to tell me the order on which you want to do these things, and the rest of you be planning out sort of what you'd like to do as well.
I guess I would want to meet with Jayla and Lucas first, because I want to give them a heads up.
Okay.
They've done right by me in the past, so I owe them that much.
Yeah, absolutely. You have them summoned to the chamber. Is Marius present for this conversation?
I fucking kind of has to be. I
Okay.
guess why not?
Very well. Marius is present for the conversation as well. Marius, you're granted Gandwin, a familiar sight. You remember both of these people from Flame Keep. You would know of these. Actually, give me a quick intelligence check there, Marius.
Sure.
Just so
5.
you know about this. 5. 5's pretty good. You know that Jayla Duran is also known as the Keeper of the Flame. Thrain is a theocracy. Their religion is called the Silver Flame, and they all pay heed to this 11, now 12-year-old girl, who is a professed seer, and she is known as the Keeper of the Flame because the flame like chooses someone. That's what you kind of get with a 5. That she is like a channel for the Silver Flame itself. And the Silver Flame isn't like this nebulous idea. The Silver Flame exists in real life. In Flamekeep, a silver flame of the world is sort of erupting there. But like an 11-year-old girl in very regal looking clothes, like very like white gown sort of looking deal with silver embroidery all over it. Beside her, two people. One is a younger man, black hair, cut kind of short and flipped back at this point, in shining silver armor with a blue cape. You know this is Lucas Porter. He has now been anointed as First Knight of the Flame. And
Not as Templar of Law.
a promotion, it seems.
Oh,
Correct.
good for him.
as he walks beside Jayla outside of this area, or outside of Thrain itself. Beside her, a man you did not meet, High Cardinal Crozin, an old gentleman wearing sort of dark robes himself, and is I think with a 5, you would know that Crozin is sort of the hard-handed politician that handles things that people don't take Jayla seriously on. She is incredibly powerful. She is a seer. However, she is, even with all of that, she is still an 11-year-old child. 12-year-old child. She had a birthday.
With that, so you have those three, and aside Jayla, another creature you notice or you remember Gandalf, a six-legged dragon hound, a mage-bred beast, the protector of Jayla Duran, who does not leave her side. Skjarhoven is the beast's name, who she pets behind its massive ears, its face long and draconic like 6 large brown legs. She gives it a scratch. 2 of the back hind legs start smacking the floor really loudly, and then goes and like lays in the corner as they all have a seat at the table.
I would have stood, actually. Probably
Yeah,
one of the only times I have stood when anybody we've met with has entered, and kind of bit smile of like, things are simpler back then. Flamekeeper. First night.
Lucas looks at you plain-faced and unmoved. Your Highness, you look old.
I was old for a little bit. I got better.
I'm fucking with you. And he holds a hand out to shake your hand.
I shake his hand. I met your nephew. Eager little bastard.
Jeremiah, yes, he met us back in Flamekeep for a short time. He was just in there for a few days. He told me that he had the pleasure of stumbling across your group. He also told me about some hardships that were suffered. So, my condolences.
It happens. He's a good kid. So are his friends, mostly.
The young girl, Madison, whoever he keeps in his company, is odd and standoffish, but of course, I'm sorry. Flame.
Yes,
the keeper of the flame looks at you. 12 year. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. A pleasure to meet you at least. I'm Jayla. Gandalf, it's good to see you again.
You as well, Flamekeeper. Sit. Let's sit.
No words from Frozen as they all sit.
Yeah, fuck that old guy. I don't want to fucking talk to him.
So,
I'm going to keep this relatively short. These unfortunately, not just greetings. The Queen of Ayundair and her folks arrived yesterday. Kind of look at Jay a little bit, just kind of like, does she know? Oh wait, no, she's been here. But I don't know, just like, does she have any visions? I don't know.
she does not seem to be. I will say, as a matter of fact, give me a quick wits check.
Hell yeah. 11. Let's go.
Yeah, with an 11,
Double digits.
she doesn't look. She looks tired, almost hungry. And you know that via the advice that's been given to you, that being outside of Flamekeep and away from Thrain literally starves her of her power. Mechanically, she is CR 18 when in Flamekeep. She is CR 3 outside of it. So it's a lot of the force that seems to be like sustaining her is, as being so far away, seems to be affecting her.
I will say I did not expect you to be here yourself, but maybe that is for the best. Ayundair is, I'm sure not surprisingly to any of you, they wish the return of Thalios.
No, Frozen says.
They're quite insistent that without the revenue produced by Thalios, that they will be unable to properly participate in the conflict to come with Zoriat.
And the same stands for Thrain.
Right. And we are trying to get their assistance without having to do so. We're trying to ensure it. They argue that it is a problem of finances. If that is all it is, then we are going to do our best to provide. Though perhaps a bit of a peace offering or an offer of assistance on Thrain's part would not go amiss.
And what would the royal seat of Karnath have to say on that?
On which bit?
What is this offering? The
They
strategy,
say they need
or should
money.
we split the
Help them
city
with
in
money.
half.
No, they say they need money. Help them with money. That is what I intend to do. That if it is simply a matter of gold in order to make sure that they are going to fight the forces of madness that are encroaching upon us, money well spent.
They will not. They will continue fighting for Thalios. They will continue losing.
As long as they fight Zoriat first, I don't particularly care.
Then ensure that happens. I fail to see what that has to do with Rain.
Because your assistance may ensure that it happens. I am hoping that our imminent demise will mean that everyone will band together, at least to some extent, in their personal interest of being alive. But I, of course, cannot guarantee that. But I would hope that folks with as much foresight, looks at Jayla, would understand that if we do not assist each other, that it won't fucking matter because Thalios will be populated by ghosts.
The Keeper of the Flame has already informed us of what you have said is true. We would not be here if it was not. She comes here to lend her voice to ensure that it's heard by the other nations that are on friendlier terms with Thrain than they are with Karnath.
Wonderful.
Thalios stays with Thrain.
All I ask is that you help ensure that Ayundera will still participate to its fullest extent.
You want us to lie to Ayundera?
No, I don't want you to tell them that you will give them Thalios. I simply wish you to back Karnath. Karnath is going to say that we will assist them financially. If that is what they require in order to participate in this war, very well. I wish for Thrain to lend its voice to the same, that they will help shoulder this burden, as it is for the greater good.
I think that's easily enough agreed by us.
Fantastic.
You see a bit of a moment as he just agrees with you on this matter, and like that's the decision, and then Keeper, do you agree?
I defer to your wisdom. Yes, this is fine.
Very well then. If Karnath wants to front whatever resources that Ayundera may need, very well, we will not promise Thalios. And if it backfires for Ayundera decides to hunker instead of to send forces elsewhere, that is not on Thrain.
As long as Thrain is willing to front up some as well. That is what I ask.
Lucas speaks up. You'll have the support of the Knights.
We'll have the support of the Knights. I want to know if we will be able to contribute funds to Ayundera, if that is their only complaint. If that is their only reasoning for Thalios, then gold should satisfy. And I ask for your assistance in that. And hopefully we will gain more from the willing arms of our compatriots.
Give me a manipulation check.
Fuck! 6. End of the world!
Not an unreasonable request, but Thrain doesn't have funds to give. Thalios is what's keeping us afloat as of now. It is feeding our men, our knights. All of these moving parts that you're going to require the assistance of still requires gold. The end of the world does not stop trade, unfortunately. So, while we cannot offer you our assistance in the fight to come, Knight Lucas has ensured that we will back this.
Gold we cannot give you, as we do not have it.
Well, then perhaps you might have a few conversations before the Accords begin formally with those nations who you know are on better terms with yourself than mine. And make sure that this request does not come as a surprise and hopefully secure their assistance. All
Very
the
well.
same.
May I
Chancellor?
also offer, should we gift aid to your neighbor, that if they choose to hunker down and, let's say, aggressively persuade you to give, sorry, the name of the city?
Thalios.
Thalios back with the money we've given them. Does not come back too negatively towards us.
Roll a manipulation check for me.
Sure. 16.
Holy shit.
Nice.
He will have
Good
to
roll.
explode for this to work. He does not. We would not have the resources for another war. Karnath will not be on the hook for Ayundare's mistake.
I would nod. I will step back.
They get up this business concluded. Jayla and Hari Cardinal Crozen step out of the room. Lucas does hang back a little bit for you, Gandalf, specifically, giving you a quick conversation about something aside that does not necessarily have to do with what's going on, or at least on a surface level. He speaks to you. He says, looks at everybody and starts whispering.
I'll just give us the room, please. Just fucking dismiss everybody in the room.
I leave.
Okay. Lucas looks at you and says, the Cardinal's convinced the keeper to not say anything. I think it is naive, and it'd be remiss on me not to disobey the orders that I've been given. Gandalf, with what you're speaking of and what's reached our ears, the flame has been getting smaller over the years. That is something only that we know. And now you do. And when I say we, I mean myself, the Keeper, and Crozen, and you. I don't know if she's told the dog yet.
Do you know why?
You have no clue. He gets weaker every year. And we worry about what that means for what's to come.
And I guess it is some small service to us that this will probably be over before another year is out.
I worry that if our flame is snuffed out, that we're not going to be of much assistance. I don't know what it means. I don't even know if that's how it works. I just thought you should know. Clasp your hands and leaves the room.
All right.
Okay, I'm looking at the time here, and I want to make sure we have, is there anything else that we want to make sure happens for our plans and motivations and stuff?
Only other thing was, and this I think was probably pretty straightforward. I don't know if it actually needs to be even an on-screen conversation. Meeting with a member of the Kaisel family and the Queen of Ayundare, and basically the conversation being of the...
If we're okay with having this conversation going a little bit over, we can absolutely do this. We'll have
it's
Ania,
entirely up to you.
Yeah, we'll have Ania present, you present, and the Queen Arala will be there as well.
This is just to secure some assurances for the good queen. Finances or financial support may be required from Ayundair, or will be required by Ayundair in order to fully support the coming conflict. Of course, other nations will be asked to do their fair share to make sure that all of us can survive. But we at least want to be sure that Karnath or your family can be what's the word Ian is looking for? Can reassure the good queen that they will be getting support from us at least. I think that as long as House Kaisel does, he's just definitely be looking at at Ania when he says this for a fact that we will all get what we want.
I nod my head, look towards the queen, and go, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to be in your great presence. The king has spoken true. My family is able and willing to provide the funds and the support.
This is wonderful.
Everything that the king has requested, we are able to back.
Very well. Since we have an agreement, at least for now, the conversation with Celios will still happen at the Accords.
Of course.
Am I in here?
I'll see why not.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
There is just one thing, if it you will, Your Majesty, that we ask that during the time of this global disaster, you make no movements towards taking or acquiring the city of
Thalanos? Or
Thalios.
Thalios.
I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, and I look and nod and go, yes, actually, you do have to understand, Your Majesty. My family is loyal to Karnath and the Karnathi people. We understand the threats that are happening and support the king. If for whatever reason you choose to go against our king, well, our well runs deep, but we are happy to take it off and deny people from that well.
Let me get both of y'all to roll me a manipulation check, please.
Behave! That's what they both said. God
Yeah,
damn.
no. We're gonna take the higher of the two dice.
Okay, I only rolled a 7. So
7.
19.
Woo!
nice.
I rolled
Nasty.
my manipulation's a D12. It exploded, and I have a plus to it. So
Nice. Very nice.
Looking back and forth between you, Marius, and you, Ania, Queen Aurora says, the new king is very lucky to have such thorough advisors by his side. Ayundair will not move until after this incursion is completed and defended off.
Is all I ask.
You have the word of...
Thank you.
Very well. Stands up. Okay. So...
since Gandalin made the note, the nod, I don't know if I'm sitting next to you or where do you think, or like how did you arrange us for this political meeting?
I think this was probably just like almost like around like a table. Like,
Okay.
There's a table where it was just like, all right, this is my team. We're all kind of on this half, and then
So-
here's the people we're meeting with.
Marius is on one side of you and I'm on the other.
Yeah.
Okay. So I like gently touch your shoulder and just go. It will be done. The purse strings are yours.
Mm-hmm.
And just I get up unceremoniously and do an Irish goodbye. Just
That works for me.
All right.
So
And I think I run to my parents and just go,
yeah, it's done.
I have offered all of the money. Mom, please.
I need you. I need you to sign this blank check.
Your mom will absolutely do so, and she will not say that she is proud of you once. You've finally done something right, is the response that you'll get.
Damn.
However, the Accords. We move our camera now onto the large white, basically a coliseum of a building, on the island of Thronehold, a neutral ground for all countries around. All of you present here, requested by Queen Arala, wanting to see Ania there. Karnath has to be represented, the king's closest advisor here, to make sure that he is in the know of all of these politicians and their wants, and our representative from the Eldine Reach is here as well, to also perhaps secure some more defense for the Feywild. We are going to kind of montage a meeting here where there are hundreds of people in this room, representatives from across the country, Ayundair and their mages, Karnath and all of your advisors here, Breland. And I'm just to point out something. Make note of one particular individual, Ania, as the gentleman that you were enjoying the Boris's hot sausages with steps up to represent Breland, and the fact that he is King Boranel Irwinarn, a man of the people as well. He does not enjoy politics at all, and when it is shown in arcane diagrams to this audience of what is to come, the keeper of the flame telling about her prophecies about what is to come, the 12 the most powerful wizards in the world, one of them comes, shows an invasion of a world overrun by madness. Also says to this crowd that aligned Baishik is a way to fight them, informing all of the armies of Corvair of the tools that they need. And this one member of the 12 looks at the clan leader of House Kundarik and says that will expose the dwarven clans of having aligned Baishik in their vaults below, and that they can help provide it here. The message is received. Corvair is on standby for an invasion that is to come. I would like all of you, please, to pick up your D20, your highest stat, and hold it in your hand, please. And as you hold this in your hand and you're about to roll it, look at your highest stat, what your D20 is, and I would like you to tell me how you survived the meteor swarm that hits this building based on the result of that D20.
You don't hit me, you hit him.
Oh.
Please tell us what happens to your characters based on that roll.
How much warning do we get?
I think that depends on the roll.
You roll, and I want you to narrate these moments for your character.
Okay.
Okay, so real quick, I need to is this like Senate in Star Wars setup, or like Coliseum? What is
all around in these seats with like a sort of centerpiece of so people can come up and speak.
Okay, and then is it open sky? Like what are we looking at here? Because I need the logistics.
No. This place is covered, so there is a dome that has been used for reflections of arcane visions and stuff like that.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I
D20.
rolled a 19 on for charisma.
Okay. Just tell us what it looks like.
It doesn't
I
really
think-
matter the skill. Tell us what you've done or what the people around you are doing to make sure that based off that result.
Okay. A meteor storm. Lord.
That's some bad news spell right there.
Yeah. I think Ania is listening to everybody talking. She's very good at sort of seeing, like reading the room, seeing the room, and I think over the din of that, she hears something off and sort of stands up and excuses herself to I'm sure that there's like a chamber or something, like a restroom or something. And as I go, I think that's when it hits. And because I am like encased in like, it's a bathroom. It's like, we're going tornado rules here,
Okay.
or like earthquake rules, where you just kind of like shelter in place. And yeah, that's what I do. That's
All right.
I.
Okay.
Like, ah, shit.
You hunker down in a closet somewhere. Whoever wants to go next, based off your D20 roll, tell me what happens.
I'll go next.
Okay.
Let's hear what happens to Barley.
Oh, God.
All right. Okay.
So bad.
Okay, cool. So that's gonna be a 10 on the dice for 12 since it's doing charisma. She, as the first meteors start to hit the roof, she'll attempt to band together specifically her delegates, but also anybody else that will come to her call, and attempt to find a solid part of the building to hide under, hoping that maybe some of their the magics of the druids will be able to shield them from the worst of what's coming.
Yeah, I think that Barley, we see a couple of the druids on either side of you holding up shields against this type of magic. We just see parts of your enclave impacted and absolutely destroyed. The mirror flies out of your pocket over you, and as fire and stone rains down on you, you have a sphere around you, and your mirror cracks. Ganduin or Marius?
I think we should save you till last. I'll
Okay.
go next.
Sure.
Why does it do that?
My Lord, have mercy.
So, I'm gonna very badly convince everyone that I'm the threat. Then just get absolutely squished. I rolled a 4.
Okay.
So I will, in my moments of bad composure, I will forget who the hell I'm talking to, and I will think that I'm talking to one of my men, one of my the men that I pay to do the things that I need to get done, and I will explain to him that I am far more important and I'm the king he always wants me to be. So I will tell him that he must protect me in any way possible and to gather up and round up his men. Obviously now spewing out every dark secret that is out there. I mean, obviously it's up to you, but I'm gonna say probably just stabs him there and then. and then I get hit by me.
So
I don't.
You pour these secrets out thinking you're talking to a guardian. You're talking to the king.
No, I'm just
okay.
talking to a guy
Oh,
who's like on his proper on his side.
Gotcha.
So I think I'm talking to one of my guys. I'm actually talking to one of the guys that really respect the king and absolutely love him and stuff. And I'm like, oh shit.
You turn around. And you think you're talking to one of your guys as you do this, and you turn to see the face of Major Yuri Eisenhoff standing there.
Oh shit.
A mistake. And then you're smacked by a meteor.
I like good deaths.
Ganduin.
Not my advisor, no! My chancellor. I need that guy.
I will roll his d20 as well.
If I get so you're like,
Natural
bam!
fucking 20.
Let's go.
Damn.
Let's go.
Fury blocks the meteors with Marius's corpse.
Holy shit, I was gonna feel really bad about getting rid of Carly's simulacrum without him being here, but he full on stabs you in between the ribs, kicks you backwards and away, and we see a meteor landing like 20 feet in front of him, and he exits stage left. Ganduin, your D20.
So I rolled a 7.
Okay. Tell us what that looks like.
So I don't think this is without consequence. Just with how low the roll is. I will ask that I don't be murdered since my other character is currently stoned. So I think that he's in the middle of like, this is where like he called this, so he has to be front and center to be able to talk to people. I don't think he's going to be able to get away in time. And I think as the meteors are starting to hit and kill people all around him, he's not going to be able to move. And I think he just invokes, basically dumps all, like mechanically would be dumping all of his spell slots that he would have into pulling the blood out of all the corpses that are around him, people that are still like dying but not dead, and killing them and like forcefully exsanguinating them to basically create a cocoon of blood magic.
Okay.
And I still think that he probably gets hurt really bad.
Yeah.
I don't know to what extent, but I'd say at the least probably to the similar extent as Kaushik and Eberron, like something bad. Like it's not going to be enough, but it's enough to survive.
Chaos and fire. Inside of these Thronehold Accords, world leaders, politicians, some of them snuffed out and no longer a part of this world. Because in a world where magic can rip the stars from the skies, what power truly lies with platinum or prose? Ganduin, you rip this crimson shield around you, not enough, as the stars fall from the sky and onto you. Smoke clearing in front of you. Your hand reached out in front of you, blood all around as your ringed demon shroud starts to faintly glow. 3 hags stand in front of you. A monstrously tall, blue-skinned Annis hag with a club the size of a school bus. A old hag that is in a sand colored of skin and a hat with floating, glowing red eyes. And in between all 3 of them, you knew her as Queen Etragani Weirdom when she was Caius's wife. But she stands there in her human form, black hair, beautiful porcelain skin, long green dress, and her viridian eyes stare at you. And in her hand, she holds Autumn. A father destined to pay, or a son destined to pay for the sins of his father. And they all disappear. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Hey,
Hold up.
buckleberries.
Well, that's not very nice. I can't even fix that problem. Oh, dear.
Oh no.
So,
You're screwed.
Yeah, you think? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You're fucked, bro. Like, just keep it real with you,
I'm already
Chief,
dead, I
but
don't
you're
care.
done.
I hope you guys had fun. I know I did. We are,
Oh,
well, some of us are Hard Knock Dice, but Marius, our wonderful guest, thank you so much for coming on today. We really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, Marius, so much. If you would please shout out your stream stuff again and put the links, or I don't know if you can put the links. You should be able to put the links in chat, or I'll put the link in chat for you.
Go for it. Yo, thank you for inviting me. This was actually a load of fun. I enjoyed playing Maris.
Yeah.
My name is Engines of the Stone. You can find me on my channel. Sometimes I stream, and we're just a bit weird over there, so enjoy.
hell yeah.
Make sure I spelled that right. But the link should be in chat for you guys to go and follow Engines. Wonderful. All right, well, thank you guys so much. Again, we stream on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesdays, we do our Whispers in the Dust campaign, DM'd by our wonderful Ganduin /Brune/Ian. So come check us out Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then on Saturdays, we do Across Eberron, which is within this universe that we just went through. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you did, we appreciate it. Drop a follow if you're feeling it in your heart of hearts. And also, speaking of your heart, open up your heart wallets to a really good cause. Go donate to Extra Life, ! Charity in the chat. We're raising money for the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. So go check them out and be a hero IRL. I am struggling because I'm not good at multitasking, but we're going to raid some folks. And we're going to, you know what? As a matter of fact, we're going to raid our good friend Spoons, who used to be on our channel here. We're going to start that raid. It looks like he's just starting up, so you can go enjoy that. And until next time, guys, much love. Bye.
Bye.
Oh no!
My heart.
It's so bad! Your heart wallet.